Coach Turner gets all the credit.
Yeah, I'll give Coach Turner
because if we had win another couple of days,
Yeah.
it would have been so sorry, Charlie.
That's it. So
and it was certainly our mistake.
Yeah.
It was not an intentional thing to leave Pleasant Valley out.
That's
it's just. When you do all the stuff that we do, Coach, you handle all the details.
Right.
Dr. Knighton here, she's a principal. She understands.
I do understand.
You cannot dot all the I's and cross all the T's all the time. And this is one of the cases where we didn't dot the I very well. But we're glad we got it corrected. And thank you to Coach Turner for bringing it to Coach Nix's attention and you picking up the phone and getting a hold of me as quick as you did.
That's right. And I just picked it up. And we used that as fuel, too. When the voting come out, it was like, hey, they've left us out. You make sure you vote. You vote twice.
Well, let me tell you something. You guys, your community, your fan base, I mean, they rocked this challenge.
They did.
I didn't look back at who you guys were against each round, but you knocked off some pretty formidable teams.
Oh, we did. And, I'm just excited about how, the fan base and the players – and this was player-led too. The players were rallying the school to, hey, make sure you go on and vote.
Gotta vote.
We had teachers at school that were making sure that they were talking to the students. So it was a team effort in our community. It just wasn't, one group that was trying to sell this idea. Dr. Knighton and Miss Sewell was sending out reminds, and it was everybody pulling together for one purpose.
And we're not talking about a few hundred votes here, Dr. Knighton. This thing brought in, I think in the finals, the finale round, there was somewhere in the neighborhood of 22,000 votes cast.
Wow.
I think that just speaks to how much our community loves our school and wants to be involved and supportive.
And boy, they were, no question about it. Well, I had another call from Coach Nix last week. You want to go over that one real quick?
Remind me which that was.
Yeah. When's it going to get here?
Oh, when's it get? Yeah. Because as soon as I sent out the picture, the players was like, all right, when is this getting here, Coach? Every day there was some of the players asking. So, that's when you told me, hey, it just came in.
We try to make stuff like this fun for everybody that participates, and, of course, the end result, the award itself. And, this is a custom piece that was done specifically with your guys' new helmet on it. And, we want it to show up on the sidelines, and we want you guys to ding it and get it dirty and have fun with it, because that's what the helmet challenge is all about. Tell me how the helmet came about, the new design. Who was involved in that?
We just wanted something different. And, I started looking at the Buffalo Bills. So a lot of people – we've had several fans like, hey, it looks just like an old Houston Oilers.
It does.
Even Joe Medley, he kept saying, send me a picture. This looks just like the Houston Oilers, but we actually got it from the Buffalo Bills helmet last year. But we changed the red to the red face mask just because, our traditional colors are Columbia blue with a red accent, all right? And so we wanted something in there with that red, and so it's almost like the face mask, almost like it's a Brandon torch. In a sense, with the players, like we want people to know when you play us, it's going to be a physical, tough game. And so, and then we just kind of shot some ideas around with the players, and then we came up with that. And, to start with, the players knew that we were going to a white helmet. Well, the first thing in their mind was, oh, no, this is going to be like a youth helmet. But once it got striped up and once they saw
it looks great.
Every one of the players and the alumni was like, this is one of the best-looking helmets we've had. It's a more traditional look. And so, I think everybody's pleased with it.
Dr. Knighton, let me before we hand you the bag here, talk a little bit from a principal's perspective of how much sports means in a high school environment.
It means so much because it's just a way for our kids to be involved. Our coaches are so phenomenal at keeping our players accountable throughout the school year, whether they're in season or not. And it just really means a lot in a small community because it's not just the sports, but it's the band, it's the cheerleaders, it's the parents, it's everything.
It's really a whole community encompassing thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And, of course, your primary job is to educate these students and prepare them to go out and go on to college or work or whatever and be contributing individuals. But I got to think that a sports program that's elevated itself goes a long way toward keeping those hallways really excited and feeling good about coming to school every morning.
It does, and I feel like our school spirit is at an all-time high right now, and that's something that we've gotten buy-in from teachers and students and community members alike, so we hope to continue that throughout the year.
Now, you want to talk about trick plays? I understand you've been learning about trick plays.
Razzle-dazzle.
All right, well, let's do a little razzle-dazzle of our own. This is kind of heavy.
Oh, wow.
Okay. It's our pleasure to present this year's 2023 FNN Helmet Challenge Championship chain to the Pleasant Valley Raiders. How about that?
Can I put it on?
You can. We expect you to put it on. All right, here we go.
Get it over my head.
There we go. It's kind of heavy. And you can hold it. There we go.
Oh.
All right, how about it for the Pleasant Valley Raiders, everybody? That's just great. Is that awesome or what?
That is.
Now, you told me you told me that what's the criteria for wearing the chain Friday night? Who gets to put it on first?
All right, the first one to get to put the chain on is somebody that either scores on offense or creates a turnover. We've been giving those out this year, been giving out artesian water. That artesian water is it comes from the ground, and it usually comes up from a hard force. So we bought a bunch of artesian water and put it in a cooler. Every time you're getting a turnover, every time you're scoring points, that's the only time that you get the Chuck Norris artesian water.
So now you get the championship chain to go with it.
Championship belt with your water.
All right, good deal. Well, listen, Dr. Knighton, thank you for what you do out there. And, Coach, we've known one another a while.
Yes,
appreciate it.
You.
Happy for you.
It. Yep, thank you a
lot.
lot.
All right, that's going to do it for us tonight. The chain's ready to go to Pleasant Valley, and we are headed off for the game of the week over in Heflin this Friday, where we will take care of the Munford Lions and the Cleburne County Tigers in a key 4A Region 4 matchup that's probably going to set the fourth spot in that region for the playoffs. It has for the past couple of years, and we don't expect anything less. Our first trip back to L.E. Bell Field in some time. We're looking forward to it. Thank you for joining us tonight. For James Hardy, for Joe Medley, for Jake and Kirby behind the scenes, our entire FNN crew, I'm Jim Jacobs wishing you the best. We'll see you Friday for the countdown to kickoff at Heflin starting at 6:30 here on the Friday Night Network. Good night, everybody.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parks,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
A lot of people always wonder, how does your first-time buyers program work? Hey, I'm here to tell you that we do bad credit, good credit, even no credit at all. I even got down payments as low as $500, even got cars as low as $169 a month. So stop by, let's check it out. Let's see if we can get you approved today. Come by at 411 East Street North, Talladega, Alabama, 35160. Telephone number 205-332-7993. Let's come get you a bill deal.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you.
10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff.
We come to you from L.E. Bell Field here in Heflin, Alabama at Cleburne County High School as, like last season, an important game to at least possibly decide who goes to the Class 4A playoffs later on this season, as the Cleburne County squad will host Munford here on our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented to you this week by Urban Ristique. And we welcome you in. A happy game day wherever you are watching us from here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy with you, along with Coach Eddie Bullock, Jim Jacobs, and our FNN crew with you from Heflin, Alabama here at L.E. Bell Field. And Eddie, like last season, this is an important game for both of these teams as far as one of these teams trying to get to the playoffs. And Cleburne County so far off to a really good start. If they can win tonight, they will already have surpassed their entire win total from the 2022 season, and we haven't even gotten through the month of September.
Right, and you're talking about being possibly 2-0 in the region, which is great. And, you know, of course, the Munford Lions have to actually be as critical to them as well, you know, with having a loss in the region and, you know, one win. So it's going to be very important.
And this is kind of a tale of two programs right now. Munford, a very young squad, and talking with Coach Michael Easley yesterday as far as his Munford team, he does have a handful of seniors on the roster, about 11 seniors to be exact, but only about half of those really have any sort of significant playing experience, and we'll be seeing a lot of freshmen, sophomores, and some juniors as well. And really one of those key figures that we'll be seeing, Eddie, as far as one of those youngsters, is sophomore quarterback B.J. Anderson.
Well, you know, the quarterback is what make it go, and, you know, it's a great thing with him being young, you know, because you know, you definitely have something to build on and to build around. So, you know, that's one good thing. And, you know, not having that many seniors, you know, that are not actually big factors, you know, is a plus. You know, that means you're playing younger guys.
And then on the opposite side for the Cleburne County Tigers, they have 20 seniors on the roster, and also throw in they're going offensively to the wing tee this season.
And normally when you have 20 seniors, that means win now. So, you know, because it's a big overhaul next year. So, you know, they want to try to get everything they can out of those guys this year to set the standard for next year.
Munford coming in at 1-2 on the season, 1-1 in Class 4A Region 4, while Cleburne County at 2-1 overall, 1-1. Check that, 1-0 in Class 4A Region 4. And we had another 4A Region 4 bout last week, not too far away from here in Jacksonville, and it was nip and tuck between Anniston and Jacksonville, but it was Jim Ogle and company pulling away late and dominating the fourth quarter in last week's FNN High School Football Game of the Week. This will be, looks like an offset eye out of the pistol. This will be a fumbled snap that time. A loose ball is a scramble for, and looks as if Jacksonville pounces on it for the first turnover of the game. Ogle throwing over the middle. That is complete for the first down to Amori Young. And it'll be the give to Sykes, who gets some pretty decent room, and he's out in the open field 40. Needs to get around a couple of defenders, and deep into Jacksonville territory. A big man in motion, and Lewis says it'll be the keeper for Doss. Good blocking on the right side as he's in the clear and into the end zone for the touchdown. Will be Ogle under pressure, has to throw, gets deflected, and is it intercepted? It might be intercepted, and if it is, and it is, that is a big turnover for Aniston. Under pressure with a flag on the plays. He'll chunk it down the field with a receiver behind the defense, and it is picked off. On 3rd and 5, winds up and throws down the field into double coverage. That's a perfect throw and a completion to Kedrick Fisher. English will get out of a couple tackles, get the David's Appliance first down, and he's going to take it to the house. There's Doss behind his center, and with the surge, waiting for the official indication. Looks as if from my vantage point he got in, and looks as if he did officially get in for the touchdown. The snap and the play action is rolling will be Ogle. Firing toward the end zone. That's complete and into the end zone for the touchdown for Jackson Bonner. Dobbins will get the try, though, as he'll go around the far side and break a tackle, and he's in the open field 45-40. Has one more man to beat as he's still down the sideline. And is he in? Give him 6. Snap for Ogle. He'll throw over the middle. Perfect throw, complete just shy of the goal line. Retreating deep to punt in zone will be De'Riante Brooks. Gets the snap and gets it blocked. That'll land about the 16-yard line and plenty of time. Throws toward the end zone, and the back shoulder fade caught for the touchdown.
There he is back coming at him. You got a little bubble screen right there. And
bubble screen complete indeed to Jayden Lewis as he's off to the races 40 and out of bat gun as Doss throwing toward the end zone has a receiver and caught for the touchdown. Jayden Lewis on Ogle rolls. Stops, fires down the field, has a receiver complete. That's Monty Sinclair, and he's going to go 10-5. Give him 6. Touchdown, Jacksonville. 2-point conversion try. Ogle under pressure. He'll have to be flushed to the near sideline, and he's going to go in on the scramble for the 2-point conversion. This will be the RPO pass complete to Sinclair for the touchdown. Needs to get to the 11 for the first down, and look at that pile go toward the end zone as they're dragging up the pile of humanity into the end zone for the touchdown.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get them, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to the River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
The SNH Waterproofing and Construction Countdown to Kickoff continues here on our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you this week by Urban Rustique. A big one tonight in Class 4A Region 4 between Munford and Cleburne County. And as we bring in Jim Jacobs along with Coach Eddie Bullock, we still have a lot of big ones around the state to look at as far as region games, mostly around the Yellowhammer State.
Coach, I'm glad you made it tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to be here.
I was worried about you for a while. Let's talk some big ones, guys. This is a big game tonight for Pleasant Valley. And, Eddie, I think if Nix's boys pick up the W, they're pretty much a lock for playoffs, and that hadn't happened out there lately.
Absolutely, and I think that's a good incentive for them, to know that if they pick it up, that the playoffs are looking great. So, I'm kind of leaning toward PV at home.
Yeah, I like the Raiders as well. What you think, James?
Same thing here. Big game tonight. Really a program-turning game for them, so Pleasant Valley with the W.
If anybody's had Piedmont's number lately, it's been the Ohatchee Indians. I don't know if they can do it tonight at the Field of Champions, but, Eddie, I see this as a pretty even-Steven matchup tonight.
Right, and I see it the same, Jim. I think that Ohatchee has had Piedmont number, but I think for some reason tonight, Piedmont is probably going to play pretty well at home, and I think they'll come out with a pretty close victory at home.
I could go either way on this one, but Piedmont winning last week on the road at Plainview was big for them, and I think they carry that over at home and beat Ohatchee.
Okay, I like the Bulldogs as well, but don't be surprised. All right, Oxford at Pinson Valley. We find out tonight, Eddie, just a little bit more about how good this Yellow Jacket team really is.
Right. They actually been playing well and look like they've been pretty resilient too. They seem to counterplay, start off a little bit slow, but then they've actually been picking it up. And I don't mean season-wise, I mean during the course of the game. But I think they're pretty legit this year, so I think they may go over and steal one at Pinson Valley.
Yeah, big game will go a long way, James, toward region standings as well. I mean, if they can get the W tonight, it's going to come down to them and Clay Chalkville likely for that region. And regardless of how that game would come out, Oxford would still get to host in week 1.
Oh, absolutely. It's a game for Oxford that they can't take lightly, but I do think they go on the road and get an important region win.
All right, Hewitt-Trussville at Hoover. I put this one in this week for more of what's not there as to what this game really is. What is it, James? Hoover is not ranked this week for the first time, and is it 230-something months? It's some ridiculous amount.
I couldn't tell you the last time that Hoover hasn't been a top 5 team in the state of Alabama, much less a top 10 team. So this is definitely uncharted territory for the Hoover Bucks. And right now at 1-3 on the season, with their one win coming up by 8 over Spain Park. Tough times in Hoover, and I think those tough times continue, fellas.
I agree. I just, Hoover is just not Hoover, and they're just struggling. I mean, in a few words, they're just struggling. And I think here at Trussville goes in and get a victory against Hoover as well.
All right, guys, let's pause from what we're doing and get the national anthem now here from the local PA system here at L.E. Bell Field. Here we go.
Thank you for this evening you've given us. We pray you watch over us tonight and keep everyone safe. We pray you protect all players and participants in tonight's game. cause for us to be here. In Jesus' name, amen.
I've got the knob of it. I'm pulling that thing up there. They're trying to set world records here.
Band with our national anthem as we'll continue to take a look at our big ones on the SNH countdown to kickoff, and we'll take another look at Hoax Bluff and Westbrook Christian.
I think this is going to be a great one here. Coach Smith got those guys out there rolling, and they playing pretty well, and of course seeing Hoax Bluff down the road, and I don't know, I'm a little bit kind of twisted between this game, but I think Hoax Bluff may pull out a close one at home.
This is another kind of 50-50 game for me, and I'm going to go with the road team in this one, Westbrook Christian.
If I had to pick this game before we went to Hoax Bluff, I would have picked Westbrook Christian. But after I saw Hoax Bluff, even though it was Glencoe, Coach, they showed me some physicality, and that wins your football game.
Absolutely, and I just think they probably going to wear them down, Of course, Coach Smith, he knows what to do there, so, hey, he the man. He know that.
Yeah, to beat a man, you got to beat the man. Well, tonight I'm giving the nod to Coach Rob to beat the man, Hoax Bluff over Westbrook Christian. All right, this may be the game in this part of the state, although there's another one down in Clay County that they'd probably argue about. We'll talk about it in a minute. Geraldine and Sylvania. Eddie, this is probably a region championship game tonight.
I believe so, man. It's just, hey, you talk a 50-50 game, this game right here, it's just tough to pick between those two. I mean, both of them are playing so well, and it's like you said, it's a region game, but I think I'm going to have to go with Sylvania at home.
I think I'm with Eddie on this one. Sylvania's playing very well, scored 64 points at Ohatchee last week, and I think they continue the point scoring at home tonight.
I would have given Geraldine a potential nod if it had been at Geraldine, but I think with the game being at Sylvania tonight, Coach, you got to go with the Rams.
That's the only reason.
All right, here's the other game I mentioned just a minute ago. And if I were buying tickets tonight, this is the one I would have bought a ticket to, because this one is going to be physical, Eddie.
Yep, it's going to be some head knocking, some face smashing, and just an good old country football game, between, two, I call them two country teams, but they got tremendous football tradition. And, just seeing Hanley, I think Hanley can go down in there and maybe pull out a close one.
I think at home, Central Clay County pulls it off by one possession.
Well, I tell you what, it's hard to bet against Danny Horn.
That's right.
They're number 3 in the state. They're unbeaten. Hanley's number 5 in the state in Class 4A. They're unbeaten. But I got to give the nod tonight to the Vols because of home field advantage and nothing more. But I can say this, whoever supplies the ice for the ice baths in that place, they're going to do darn well tomorrow, Coach.
That's right.
All right, next up, Arab and Scottsboro. Both these teams undefeated. Both of these teams looking pretty solid. What do you think about this one, Eddie?
Huge game. And, again, both teams are playing extremely well. Two big teams. They just got pretty decent tradition, but I think I'm going to go with Scottsboro at home on this one.
Both of these teams playing very well so far, and, yeah, I got to go with the home team as well, Scottsboro.
I like Scottsboro in this one as well, guys. I think they get it done tonight. All right, Spring Garden at Winterboro, Eddie.
Well, you know you always said go Garden, go. Them being on the road, well, I think I'm just going to do what you say what you said. I think I'm going to say go Garden, go on the road.
Go Garden, go as well.
All right, now I'm going to go with Spring Garden to knock off the Bulldogs, and that gets us to our game tonight as you see the captains getting ready to walk out on the field for our coin toss.
In fact, as we take a look at Munford and Cleburne County, this has been at least a series in recent years that's been dominated by Munford, as they've won 7 of the last 8 in this series and have taken a 22-18 lead overall in this series, as we are inching toward as far as our coin toss and the captains' meetings for both of these teams as they've turned the lights out as far as pregame festivities here at L.E. Bell Field. So we'll send it down to the field momentarily for Ron Burgess, our referee, and our toss of the coin brought to you by David's Wrecker.
At number 20. How you doing, Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess.
Good to meet you.
Mr. Proper, Mr. Burgess. Hey, first of all, congratulations on being chosen the captain. That tells us you're leaders. Part of being leaders is help us out with sportsmanship, making sure each of your teammates has their knees covered, all that kind of stuff, okay? That's your responsibility. Play clean, all right? You guys cause issues with chirping and all this other kind of stuff. The only way we can control it is with flags, and we don't like to do that, all right? So you guys help us out, all right? Understand. Nothing wrong with a good hard football play. Nothing wrong with helping a young man up either. Munford's our big team. They calls. There's there's hips, and there's heads. What are you going to call young man? Loud up, Mr. Pro. Guys, if I drop, flip it over my flip. I've got tails. So you toss me what your coach wants you to do. That's exactly what he. Everybody sit tight. Cleburne County's won the toss. They've elected to defer to the second half. So you football at this point. You ain't getting football, right? And you watch the defending scoreboard, what your coach told me. I'm going to ask you guys to step over here. Munford, step right here with me. Hey, we're going to be receiving on this side of the field, okay, guys? We're going to be receiving on this side. Let's shake them up. Hey, let's have a good, hard, clean game.
So there you see Ron Burgess telling us that Cleburne County wins the toss and they will defer their option to the second half. And so Munford will receive the football to begin tonight's Class 4A Region 4 game. And as we get closer to kickoff here on our SNH Countdown to Kickoff, Eddie, provide us some of your keys to victory for both teams.
Well, you know, one of the keys always is, you know, you got to take care of the football. Both teams have to take care of the football. And then, again, I think with both of these teams being basically spread teams, what you said, Cleburne County's went to the wing tee, I think they're going to have to establish some kind of dominance at the line of scrimmage in the trenches. And, you know, whoever gets off to a big start there, you know, physical-wise, I think will end up winning the game.
And, in fact, before we begin tonight's ball game, got a note before tonight's ball game as far as Ron Burgess's AHSAA crew. Jason Green, one of the members of this, normal members of this officiating crew, not in action tonight because last week he had at least suffered a broken leg in their trip to Alexandria during that game. So certainly our thoughts and prayers from FNN and the officiating crew from Ron Burgess. Also, you take a look at the LED lights here at L.E. Bell Field. Actually, one of the cooler pregame, at least light shows that we've seen around the area, Eddie. And in fact, while we were looking at some big ones, the Cleburne County football team walked right through the stands as far as their pregame entrance.
Well, it's a first for me. I think it's great, man. I was actually looking at the lights, and I watched the red lights. They had a couple of red lights shining on the side of the visitors' bleachers, and hey, if this don't amp up the kids, hey, nothing will. You know, I've never seen anything at the high school level like it, and it's awesome.
There you see Munford last season at 6-5 overall. They lost narrowly in the first round of the Class 4A playoffs to American Christian Academy out of Tuscaloosa. So Munford looking for their second, at least an opportunity to get to their second consecutive Class 4A playoff appearance. As we get set for kickoff from Heflin, Alabama at Cleburne County High School here in East Alabama. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew with you as Urban Rustique presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And we're about set to get things kicked off as right now Munford 1-2 overall, 1-1 in region play, while Cleburne County 2-1 overall, 1-0 in region play. Cleburne County lost 35-21 in a non-region match in their home opener last week against Boaz. And last season, these two teams played to a 42-28 decision won by Munford. So it'll be Cleburne County ready to kick off. Noah Morgan will get set to kick things away for the Cleburne County Tigers as they're in their black tops and bottoms this Friday evening. A happy game day. Settle in as we are underway as the onside kick gets covered up by Munford, and they'll have outstanding field position right around midfield in a non-region match. And so Munford will get things started in first down and 10 as iCare Alabama will present our first down decision. At least for both of these offenses, they certainly want to churn out those iCare Alabama first downs. But Dana Lacey's Beauty Mart presents our first quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, and we'll take a look fully at the Munford starting lineup presented to you by Alabama's conservative leader, Congressman Mike Rogers. B.J. Anderson, the starting quarterback, as they'll have basically a full house backfield as a good surge along the left side of the offensive line, but good reaction as well as Amari Edmondson gets the first carry of the ball game across midfield into Cleburne County territory at the 49-yard line. So that'll be a gain of a couple on first down. And there you see Congressman Mike Rogers presenting our starting lineup. Amari Edmondson, the tailback. Receivers of Jalen Williams and Austin Wynn. Alex Petty will be the slot receiver. This will be the snap. And the give to Edmondson off the left side with big room and the first iCare Alabama first down of this ball game inside the 40 to the 37, maybe the 36-yard line.
Well, the outside zone right there, you know, you had a guard to jump out and lead up in there to counter kick out for him right there and had tremendous blocking on the left side. So that's a great job.
Hunter Sparks is the H-back for Munford, and the offensive line, Warren Smith left tackle, Corey Threet at left guard, Logan Smith the center, Manny Strickland at right guard, and it'll be Mosley at right tackle. The keeper for B.J. Anderson as he'll get met around the line of scrimmage and fall forward for about 1 yard on the play. Cleburne County defensively will have DeAndre O'Neal at a nose guard, defensive ends of Ty Nolan, as well as Kendall Miller. Dylan Mize, the defensive tackle, linebackers of Jake Dingler and James Cotton Jr., the outside backers, and Nate Adams will be the middle linebacker. The corners, Jake Littleton and Carter Hughes, and the safeties, Jacob Cavender and Austin Mayfield. That's your Mike Rogers starting lineup for the Cleburne County defense as Anderson all day to throw, and he wants to go deep down the field, and that's intercepted at the 9-yard line. Intercepted by Carter Hughes as the Cleburne County defense bends a little bit but doesn't break as they get the turnover.
Yeah, it's just a bad read right there. He threw in a triple coverage almost, and you know, his receiver had a step on the guy, and he should have put a little bit more air on it. He threw it on a rope, and it just died.
Infinity Docs presenting that replay look as it'll be Cleburne County getting their first look in the wing tee tonight on offense for this critical region game in Class 4A Region 4 for both of these teams. Hunter Gore, very much a steady game manager for the Cleburne County Tigers, will go under center. There you see Carter Hughes, the spotlight tailback, as he'll get the call off the left side, and he'll plunge forward and get a decent surge across the 10 to about the 13-yard line. Hughes, the primary halfback. Nate Adams and Jake Dingler will see kind of alternate at that fullback spot. Wingbacks of Jake Littleton and Austin Mayfield. Cade Schubert, the primary receiver, but we'll see some Grayson Freeman also in the game throughout tonight. Kendall Miller at the tight end. And along the offensive line, Aiden Richards will be the left tackle. Braden Beam, the left guard. Will Johnson, at center. Here's the give on the counter play. Big running room for Hughes as he'll get the I-Care Alabama first down and a lot more as he'll get to near midfield at the 49-yard line. His own for a huge gainer and the first down.
Well, that's the wing tee. You got to follow your keys right there, and you can't try to watch the ball. If you watch this guard pulling out right here, generally they're going to take you to the football.
That's a gain of 36 yards on second down for Carter Hughes, who's gotten both carries so far on the drive.
You got to read your keys in the wing tee because the guards and tackles are going to take you to the football.
Here's the snap, and this will be the give to Adams as he'll get pretty good room off right end across midfield into Munford territory at the 47-yard line. Looking at the rest of the Cleburne County offensive line, it'll be Cy Altman at right guard and Ty Nolan, the right tackle. And Munford's defense, they're going to go with 5 linebackers tonight against this wing T offense. First up front, you'll have Tucker Thrasher and Devin Elder, the defensive ends, Seth Strickland, the nose guard, and you'll have Jacob King as well as Alex Petty as the outside linebackers. First down and 10 second and 5 rather, as this will be the keeper off the left side. The give rather to Littleton as it'll be the first down and a whole lot more as this drive started all the way back at the 11 of Cleburne County and now close to the Munford 20 and a big first down for Littleton.
Well, and if you look again, big number 57 was pulling again right there. They're going to take you to the football, and you mentioned Munford running a 3-5 defense with 5 linebackers, James. Normally they want the 3 guys to be what we call trash players and just clog it up so the linebackers can run and make plays.
That's the second I-Care Alabama first down of this drive for Cleburne County as they come in at 2-1, playing their second home game in as many weeks. First and 10, this is a red zone opportunity for Cleburne County, as it'll be the delay give going to Hughes off of left guard as he'll go forward to about the 15-yard line. And coming out of the bottom of the pile is one of the inside linebackers, Gatlin Watts on the tackle, Ella Smith, the other inside linebacker, Hunter Sparks, the middle linebackers. There you take a look at Michael Easley, the head coach for the Munford Lions, as he's trying to get his defense in gear, as Cleburne County has already been able to basically physically overwhelm Munford as they started at the 11 and they're now just shy of the Munford 15-yard line. It'll be second down and 6 after a Hughes 4-yard gain. There's the snap. And this will be the give right up the middle and a fumble on the play. And Munford says that they have it. And waiting for the official indication, they do. So we'll take a second look at a big turnover as looks as if an issue on the exchange as you see that ball pop up on the second look. And Alex Petty goes to the bottom of the pile and comes up with the fumble recovery for Munford.
Well, the fullback hit the hole too fast. He ran into the pulling guard. You had number 57 pulling, and they actually collided, and that's what caused him to fumble.
So it'll be first down and 10. Both teams trading turnovers on their opening possession. 7:21 remaining in the opening quarter. As it'll be the give to Edmondson as he'll turn the corner, maybe get back to the line of scrimmage. Excellent defense that time to string out that sweep play as Dylan Mize comes up with the tackle. So it'll be second down and about 10 yards coming up for the Munford offense as they begin their first drive around midfield. We're able to get one first down, and then B.J. Anderson threw an interception around the 10-yard line.
Well, and for Coach to do an onside kick on the very first play, I think that kind of tells the story of how much confidence he has in his defense.
Here's the give to Edmondson, trying to bounce off the near side as Edmondson able to turn the corner and get knocked out of bounds across the 20 to about the 22-yard line. As we approach 6.5 minutes to go here in the opening quarter, it's going to present a third down situation coming up. And the line to reach will be just shy of the 25 for the first down. So there you see the nose of the football at the 23-yard line. So it'll be a 3rd and 2 coming up.
Edmondson just showed speed on that right there to get to the outside right there.
Edmondson turns it up, and he'll be about a yard shy of the first down. That's Nate Adams, who we had on the FNN Coaches Show about a couple of weeks ago from his middle linebacker spot, come up to make the tackle. So they'll officially say no gain on the play, and it's going to be 4th down, and it appears that the Munford offense still out on the field. And now Coach Michael Easley, I think, wisely deciding to bring his punt team out and kick it away.
Definitely. You know, the way Cleburne County moved the football on the first drive, you don't want to take a chance on giving them the football down there. And I think Cleburne County feels a little confident because they actually, it wasn't a forced turnover by Munford. It was more or less a mistiming on the offensive part that caused it, the fumble.
Our first quarter brought to you by Dana Lacey's Beauty Mart. Certainly appreciate all of our sponsors for helping us at least present to you the FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week. Alex Petty to punt. And there you see the deep man for Cleburne County set to return. As Cleburne County going to get some excellent field position as they'll be returned to around the 45-yard line. As returning it will be Jacob Cavender for the Tigers of Cleburne County. So they'll have it 1st down and 10. 5:38 remaining, and so far a scoreless opening quarter as both teams have turned it over so far in the first quarter. A B.J. Edmondson interception and then a fumble from Cleburne County when they were driving inside the Munford 20. It'll be a 1st and 10 from the Munford 45-yard line as Cleburne County in their black tops and bottoms and the white tops and bottoms for Munford. Off of right tackle goes Adams that time, and a solid tackle for Munford as you have one of their reserve linebackers coming up to make the tackle in Ja'Cory Threet. So it'll be a 3-yard gain for Adams. We'll be seeing a lot of physical running out of that wing T, Eddie, as far as this new wing T offense from Cleburne County.
Right, wing T offense is designed for power and those little scat backs that can get up in there.
There's the snap, and this will be the give to Hughes as he'll cut it up the middle and get across the 40. He'll fall forward to about 39-yard line, so that'll be about another 3 yards. 3rd down and 4, but at this point, basically a 4-down territory for Cleburne County.
Yes, I don't think you'll see them punting the football right there, you know, as well as, you know, if they're doing onside kick and giving the football at midfield, I'm sure you probably won't see a punt right here.
Line to reach will be the 35-yard line for the 1st down. 3rd and officially 3 as Adams will be taken down at just about a yard, maybe a yard and a half shy of the 1st down. Threet helping out on the tackle. Also Warren Smith in the area of the tackle that time for Munford. So it'll be 4th down and 1, and more beef coming in as for Cleburne County as you'll have check that number 34 coming off the bench, Jake Dingler at a fullback spot.
I think you're probably fixing to see power right here. They're probably going to line up, and it's just going to be, we coming at you.
Full house backfield on 4th and a long 1 as the quarterback sneak for Hunter Gore as he will pick up his I-Care Alabama 1st down as he'll stay on his feet momentarily and keep the drive alive. So Gore picking up his first carry of the night. Nothing fancy, but more than gets the job done to keep the drive going for Cleburne County.
Right, that's quarterback sneak / scrum play where the backs just run up and push him past the 1st down yard marker.
1st down and 10 coming up. That's the 3rd I-Care Alabama 1st down of this first quarter for Cleburne County's offense. Another full house backfield. And the give this time will go to Adams as he'll turn the corner and get the first down to the 20-yard line. So another iCare Alabama first down as we'll take a second look at that 12-yard gain by Nate Adams. Breaks a couple of tackles that time. And so far, really the battle up front for Cleburne County being won by their offensive line, as this is their second red zone trip of this first quarter.
That's just straight old school triple T formation right there. Just a full house. Hey, we're going to put 3 guys back here. We're going to send a guy there, and you stop it.
Huge hole for Petty off the right side for Dingler, rather, as he'll get inside the 5, about a couple of yards shy of the goal line. And looking at Dingler when he got that carry, there was no defender around him on that right side of the offensive line.
Hey, they just reached. Everybody just reached right there. And, once you seal the edge, and of course he's a power back. If you'd have had one of those little scat backs with the ball, he'd have walked in the end zone.
So Dingler that time with a 19-yard gain, as it'll be first and goal with the nose of the football at the 1. Full house backfield, as he'll be straight ahead this time for Dingler, as he'll get maybe to the line of scrimmage, as he'll fall forward closer on second effort to the goal line, but he'll be about a baby step shy of that goal line with a flag on the play for a sideline warning. So Ron Burgess immediately throwing out the flag after the play. And it looks as if it's, I believe, a sideline warning going on Cleburne County. Or at least that's, we'll find out here momentarily.
Replay 1.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. If he marked it back to the original line of scrimmage, they were going to have to replay the down. Looked like he was trying to get it out before the play actually initiated.
So actually they'll say that it's a illegal procedure penalty on Cleburne County. So still first and goal, but this time back at the 6-yard line. Gore under center. Going to give to Adams, streaking off the left side and diving into the end zone. Give him 6. Touchdown, Cleburne County.
Just power football to the left. They line up in that T formation and just hat on a hat and lead him up in there,
Adams with the 6-yard dive into the end zone. As there you see him extend that football, diving into the end zone in our Infinity Docks replay. PAT coming up. This will be Morgan on the point after try. That line drive kick is up, and it is good. We'll take the timeout. 2:03 left, opening quarter. Your score, Cleburne County 7 and Munford nothing.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented to you this week by Urban Rustique. They have a couple of big things coming up in the month, late in the month of October around Halloween that we'll tell you about later on in our telecast. But we've got yet another kickoff coming up thanks to Wildflower Florals and Gifts. As their number at 256-463-5557 is another little kind of onside kick that time, as will be Munford ready for it again. And they'll have the football, will the Munford Lions, close to midfield at about the 47 their own. 2:01 remaining in the opening quarter, as Cleburne County has played exceptionally well along the line of scrimmage offensively, as they've had one deep drive from their own 11 to the Munford red zone, where they fumbled inside the 20-yard line in their opening drive and then took their second drive from about the Munford 47 and had it capped off by a 6-yard touchdown run by Nate Adams. So Munford needing to respond. As it'll be Edmondson on the call as he'll go right into the offensive line and get about 4 yards across midfield to the Cleburne County 49-yard line.
It's just a little inside zone. They went in a bunch formation wide. That's normally a decoy to get linebackers out of the box, get some players out of the box there. Cleburne County has a lot of beef right there on the inside.
Now, this is as far as quarterback B.J. Anderson for Munford, according to Michael Easley, getting more comfortable and better each and every week. A great athlete, a great young man as well. As he'll give off to Edmondson, trying to turn the corner, getting corralled, and he's going to be sandwiched for about a 3-yard loss. Excellent pursuit as there's a flag thrown late, looks like after the play. Cleburne County's strung out those stretch plays a couple of times already, Eddie, as we'll have to find out who this whistle's on. We'll find out from Ron Burgess the penalty. The flag was thrown a little bit, I think, after or right around where the tackle was made. So Munford looking for a break, as if the penalty is not on Cleburne County, then it's going to be a 3rd and long coming up. Ron Burgess still sorting things out as far as the yellow hanky on the field.
Face mask on the defense, 5 yards from the end of the run.
That's a big penalty in favor of Munford, is a 5-yard incidental face mask call, so that's going to bail out the Munford offense, as Cleburne County did everything well except finish the tackle on that run play. Approaching the 1 minute mark remaining in the opening quarter here in Cleburne County. Third, it'll be a 2nd and 5, as it'll be the keeper for Anderson as he'll get the Eye Care Alabama first down. A zone read that time. Excellent fake by Anderson as he gets the second first down of the first quarter for Munford. As they'll have the football close to the 40-yard line of Cleburne County. Dana Lacey's Beauty Mart presenting you our first quarter and also our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by our friends at Victory Law. Under 40 seconds remaining in the opening quarter. Heavy set to the near side. Edmondson will at least fake to him as the throw complete to the far side. Looks like the H-back in, or Petty rather, the slot receiver coming in motion, gets the catch. As he'll advance for about 4, maybe 5 yards, as we'll take another look at that first down pass.
That's a great play call, but if you look right there, he should be receiving the ball just a little bit sooner than that, because that's giving that cornerback a chance to come back up on him too quickly.
Carter Hughes on the tackle that time for Cleburne County, as we are through 1 quarter of play here in Heflin. As the Tigers of Cleburne County on the board first, as they have a 7-0 lead through 1 in this Class 4A Region 4 matchup here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Urban Rustique.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Tonight's FNN Game of the Week is sponsored in part by Advantage Tire and Alignment, Raglan Food Barn, Couches Jewelers, Law Pools and Patio, Ron's Good Barbecue and Cutter's Pizzeria, and by attorney Stephen R. Morris. Now, back to more of tonight's Game of the Week on FNN.
At L.E. Bell Field, a festive atmosphere tonight for Cleburne County and Munford. The winner of this matchup will have at least an advantage as far as being able to clinch one of those spots later on in the season when it comes to the Class 4A playoffs. Urban Rustique presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. And our second quarter by Kilgore Construction. Anderson, empty backfield, operating in the shotgun. Man coming in motion, the Utah shovel pass underneath, complete as it'll go inside the 35 to about the 32-yard line. Very nice play design that time. Saw at least Urban Meyer at Florida use that a lot with Aaron Hernandez and Tim Tebow during their glory years in the late 2000s. Is Gatlin Watts on the receiving end of that shovel pass.
And that's a nice, safe pass. Cause, I mean, really, most of your lay fans, if they see that play, they think it's more like of a handoff or maybe a fumble if they drop it. But if they drop it, it's just an incomplete pass.
So the 3rd down and 1 coming up. 31-yard line, the line to reach for the first down. Edmondson trying to turn the corner and gets upfield with a flag behind the play. And I imagine, Eddie, that's coming back.
Right.
And Ron Burgess immediately indicates holding on the play. Ron Burgess, our head referee from the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you every week by FNN Bank. Longtime friends of ours. Here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, service, solutions, and strength at FNN Bank. So Ron Burgess will indicate one more time officially for the fans here at L.E. Bell Field that it is a hold on 3rd and 1 on Munford. Spot foul, so it'll be a 3rd down and 8 from the 39. Stacked receivers to the near side. A pistol set as Anderson will swing it out to Edmondson, complete. Good block on the outside as Edmondson close to his first down, and I think they're going to give him the spot for the first down. Needed the 31, and the officials come in, and they're going to spot it, I believe, right at the 31-yard line. That may have to come out and measure as far as just to make sure that it is a first down, but I think where they spotted the football, that will be an iCare Alabama first down.
Right, he kind of sidearmed that pass right there and got it to Edmondson, and of course Edmondson is a little playmaker, and he made a couple of guys miss and did a good job at running the football.
Or check that. They say it'll be just a little bit shy of the first down, so 4th and a baby step, as we'll have a whistle and a timeout called for by Munford. And let's go ahead and take the timeout with them. Early second quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Out of the timeout, a 4th and 1 carry off the left side results in a iCare Alabama first down for Nate Edmondson, as making the tackle was Demario Hales for check that number 21 in Austin Mayfield for Cleburne County defensively. So 10 minutes remaining in the opening half. A very rapidly played opening half here in Heflin, as the quick pass to the far side will be dropped incomplete. That play looked well defended that time, as Andrew Denson was the intended receiver.
Well, I think he was looking at the defensive back before he actually looked the ball in, and it went straight through his hand.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 coming up. Munford inching closer, about 9 yards away from what would be their first Alliance Insurance red zone opportunity this evening. Cleburne County, a pair of those already offensively in the first quarter. Receiver coming in motion to the far side as it'll be Anderson trying to turn the corner, and he will not be able to turn the corner. Outstanding defense on the perimeter that time by Carter Hughes and Cleburne County as they limit that game. Really no gain that time, so it's going to be 3rd down and 10. Line to reach of the first down, the 19-yard line.
Well, he just used the sideline as another defender, and he just came up to set the edge. And, he wasn't going to let him cut back inside, and he had to run out of bounds. So it's great defense by Cleburne County.
So far, the only scoring tonight has come on a Nate Adams 6-yard touchdown run. Noah Morgan also provided a successful PAT. 3rd and 10 from the 29. Anderson looking for the quick pass, and that's short, incomplete. Pass intended to the near side for Austin Wynn, the wide receiver, as that was well short of the mark. And maybe a little bit closer for Coach Michael Easley, and you'd be well within the field goal range of Dakota Frank, who was knocking him through from about 35 yards out in pregame warm-ups. But I think because it's a little bit too far out of his range, they're going to go for it, Will Munford.
And I think they need to try to throw something deep. They need to try to take a shot.
And Cleburne County possibly helping them out along the defensive front as DeAndre O'Neal with the head start that time.
Well, he gave them half of it.
So they still need the 19 for the first down. Also, maybe decision time whether to keep the offense for Munford or go for the field goal, but instead they're going to go for the first down. So 4th down and 5. Approaching 9.5 minutes in a rapidly played first half. Kilgore Construction brings our second quarter as the quick throw over the middle is complete for the I Care Alabama first down, as it'll be Munford at the 5-yard line, as it'll be their big-time wide receiver in Jalen Williams on the reception.
And that's a great job. You're going to see the inside right there. It's going to come open, and he just kind of set in that little window right there and made a great throw, great kick.
Coming up to make the touchdown saving tackle was Luke Adams for Cleburne County. So an I Care Alabama first down and also an Alliance Insurance red zone opportunity for Munford. Trying to tie up the ball game. Snap, and this will be the keeper, and being sandwiched is B.J. Anderson for a big loss. Well played defensively that time by James Cotton and others from the linebacking spot. And so from the 5 to about the 8, that's going to be a 3-yard loss on the play. So 2nd and goal coming up. Urban Rustique presenting our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as they have a big fall festival, free fall festival coming up on Saturday, October 28th, in a little bit more than a month. Anderson rolling, looking for a receiver, and he's going to throw across his body, and that's going to be complete just shy of the goal line. As there's a massive pile of humanity, and they're going to say the touchdown. So touchdown for Munford, as there was a lot of bodies for both teams around that pass, but Munford able to get the touchdown pass from Anderson and get on the board as Alex Petty comes up with the reception and fights his way to the end zone, Eddie.
Right, well, Edmondson gave him a little shove right there, his help pushing the pile, and, they actually gave it to him. I guess he reached across the goal line.
So it'll be Frank for the PAT. It's up, and it is good. So we're all tied up at 7 apiece with 8:23 remaining in the opening half here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Rustique. An 8-yard pass on 2nd and goal from B.J. Anderson to Alex Petty, along with the Frank PAT, ties up the ball game at 7 apiece as we're at 8:23 remaining in the opening half. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew here in Heflin, Alabama. As kicking it off will be Munford, as Carter Hughes will take it across the 30 to about the 32-yard line on the Wildflowers, Florals, and Gifts kickoff, as it'll be a 1st and 10 coming up for Cleburne County. And there you see Wildflower, Florals, and Gifts located on Ross Street in Heflin. Our second quarter presented by Kilgore Construction, as the wing T offense of Cleburne County coming off the sideline. Cleburne County about to start their 3rd drive of this first half, as Gore will give off on the counter. Big running room for Carter Hughes as he has the first down and just tripped up, or he would have had a lot more, as he falls down at the Munford 46-yard line for the iCare Alabama first down.
Well, here's hold, and you're going to see again they're going to pull, and he's going to get up in there behind those blockers right there. If you see a kick out right there by number 52, and you see him get up in there, that's vintage wing T.
Now there's Jalen Williams, among others, just tripping up Hughes on the tackle. So that'll be a gain of 22 yards on the iCare Alabama first down. A couple players shift to the far side, Littleton as well as Miller, the tight end, and this will be Dingler off the right side, and outstanding blocking off the right side, as Munford having some issues with that direct give to the fullback Dingler as he gets 9 on the play.
Well, James, and I'm going to share something with you on that wing, too. You saw a power shift to the right. That's actually a quarterback and a fullback read. If the defense shift to that side and overload, they're going to run the counter back to the weak side where they left. But since the defense was late shifting, he just done a reverse handoff, and they had him outflanked on the right side where the wing back and the tight end shift too.
Gore goes back under center. A little early movement, and the officials do see the illegal shift.
Right, you had 2 shifting at the same time.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, replay 2.
One of the wing backs that time also coming out of the crouch a little bit early, so definitely 5 yards tacked on as far as the penalty to Cleburne County. So that'll move it back to the Munford 43-yard line, as they'll spot the football at the right hash mark at the far side. Under 7 minutes to go in our rapidly played first half. Still have not seen a pass so far for Cleburne County this evening. Been very successful on the ground, pretty much moving the ball on the ground at will. Shotgun now for Gore, as he'll pitch it out to Hughes as he gets blocking on the left side, and good open field tackle that time for Munford, as coming up is Denson to make the stop.
That was a great tackle by Denson. He counter-formed up and just made an excellent tackle right there. You know, mano a mano. He just...
A.J. Denson, the junior safety, on the tackle. Also Alex Petty, the other outside linebacker. In the corners, Jalen Williams and Trey Jordan for Munford tonight. So with both teams primarily keeping it on the ground, that clock has been almost constantly running since we kicked things off, as we'll have a Cleburne County timeout called, their first of the night, and we'll take the timeout with them. 6 minutes to go until halftime, all knotted up at 7 apiece on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Rustic.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
The FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you this second quarter by Kilgore Construction, and every week brought to you by the Grub Mart, home of the 99-cent bag of ice, and both teams are going to need a lot of those after this hard-hitting game. 6 minutes left until halftime. Knotted up at 7 as this will be the full house backfield and the carry off the right side for Silas Hunt. His first carry of the night, and it's not going to go for a whole lot as it'll be a third down and short coming up. The line to reach of the first down is the 36-yard line.
And I just don't think Cleburne County has the speed to get the edges on Munford. I think Munford may be a little bit faster, and I think those plays right there, they got to turn it up inside that outside guy and let him get north and south. He's kind of stringing it out east and west, and that's just, to me, they just don't have that kind of speed to beat Munford lines on the outside.
It'll be a 4th down and 1, I beg your pardon, as Gore trying to go right into the teeth of the defense on the quarterback sneak. Pretty close, but I think where they're going to spot it needs the 36, right at the 36. I think it's going to be just enough for the iCare Alabama first down. Now Munford trying to indicate that they thought that they got the stop on the quarterback sneak, but from looking at, and indeed one of the officials at the far side indicating, and now Ron Burgess at least kind of clarifying the spot, and indeed he indicates first down for Cleburne County. That was a pretty good defensive effort, though, by Munford, but just enough of a surge for quarterback Hunter Gore as far as the quarterback sneak to get him a iCare Alabama first down. It'll be the Cleburne County Tigers out of the huddle. First down and 10. As it'll be the give off to the far side, and good lateral defense that time by Munford as they're able to contain Jake Littleton for very little on first down.
They're just not getting the edges, James. I just don't think that they got the speed to outmaneuver Munford on the outside. I think they got to run directly at them and more or less off tackle, when they got that 3-man front and kind of get to the secondary, get up on those linebackers.
So it'll be a 2nd down and 8. They will give Littleton a couple of yards as Dingler checks out for Cleburne County. One receiver to the far side. Man in motion, Littleton to the near side. That'll be the snap and the play action, and getting snowed under is Gore. Sack on the play for Munford as number 77, Warren Smith, comes up with the sack. There you see Eddie on the Infinity Dock second look. Smith comes in untouched for the sack.
Untouched. They both of them just bypass him, and that's rule number 1. Block the first jersey that you see.
Warren Smith playing an outstanding game defensively tonight, as he's actually coming off the bench for Coach Michael Easley's Munford Lions. So it's going to be a loss of 6 on the sack. 3rd down and 14. Play action. Gore throwing the throwback screen to Hughes. Plenty of running room complete as he'll try and drag Smith, and does get the first down presented by iCare Alabama.
And that's just an effort play right there. It's a throwback right there. And he should have been tackled right there, but he wanted probably extra 9 yards just after contact on that play right there, and that's just a great effort.
Check that. Seth Strickland trying to prevent Hughes from getting the first down, but couldn't on a 16-yard pass completion on the throwback screen.
That's what we call keeping your feet moving.
Here's the give to Dingler off the left side as he'll rumble forward for the first down inside the 15 to the 11-yard line. Another iCare Alabama first down, and it is the 3rd red zone opportunity in the first half, brought to you by Alliance Insurance for the Cleburne County Tigers.
And if you notice, James, they ran directly at him right there. It's no east or west, it's straight north and south or reverse. Quarterback reversed out and gave him a handoff, and he was able to get up in the teeth of the defense quickly.
Clock at 2:40 remaining until halftime. A rapidly played first half so far from Heflin. Here's the give straight ahead to Dingler as he'll just bring tacklers with him to the 5-yard line. Good old-fashioned physical running that time for Jake Dingler as he got a 12-yard gain prior on that first down carry, this time of 5 yards, as it'll set up a second down. They'll actually say 6 yards officially, so 2nd and 4 from the 5. So Cleburne County can still get a first down without scoring a touchdown.
And which way did they run? North and south.
Gore comes under center. Going to give off to Dingler one more time, dragging tacklers with him close to the goal line. That's going to be enough for an iCare Alabama first down and set up a 1st and goal inside the 1.
And Dingler's a bruising back. You can tell he's a fullback. He's not fleet of foot, but, he does the dirty work. He's kind of the blue-collar guy. Just give it to him and let him pound him down. And he worked that hard. I would reward him right here and give him at least a couple opportunities to score that touchdown.
Nate Adams already with a 6-yard touchdown run about midway through the first quarter as Cleburne County trying to retake the lead. Gore under center. Going to snap and give off to Dingler, but whistles and a flag on the play.
Well, they were rushing on that play. They got the play clock down on the 5 seconds.
Replay first down.
So Ron Burgess indicates a false start. So at least right now with the way that Cleburne County has been able to just dominate the line of scrimmage offensively, that wasn't an issue the first time that they scored a touchdown. They also got a false start prior to that 6-yard run by Nate Adams for the touchdown.
Well, I guess Dingler saying that gummit, he wish he could have got it a yard and a half from the goal line versus having to go 6 yards. That's not his forte.
Gore, play action, rolling, and will throw far side and incomplete. A bit too far out in front for Littleton, one of the wing backs for the Cleburne County Tigers. 1:02 remaining here in the first half.
Well, I think that was more or less to kind of stop the clock, and even though they got timeouts, I think they want to give Dingler a chance to catch his breath, and let's get a workhorse another opportunity to pop it in the end zone.
You have Dingler, also a number 19 O'Neal checking in. This will be Dingler off the right side, somersaulting toward the end zone, and he's in for the touchdown.
There it is, James. There it is.
Dingler, his first touchdown of the night. As the light show proceeds here in Heflin, we'll take a second look from Infinity Docks on that 6-yard run, power run by Jake Dingler.
He got his breath, and, hey, he will not be denied. Big man said, hey, you guys are not stopping me this time.
Makes it 13-7 in favor of Cleburne County as Noah Morgan on. But prior to that, we'll have an unsportsmanlike conduct on the part of Munford. So the penalty yards will be assessed after this point after kick. Morgan for his second PAT try of the night. Snap, hold, kick, all good. As it's now 14-7 in favor of Cleburne County. We'll take the timeout with them. 54 seconds remaining until halftime here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, presented by Urban Rustique.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNM Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnm.bank. Member FDIC.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
Urban Rustique brings you our FNN High School football game of the week here at L.E. Bell Field on the campus of Cleburne County High School in Heflin. So the penalty yardage will send the football to the Cleburne County 45, where the little pooch kick goes to about this 8-yard line, as Williams will try and turn the corner far side and does so as a flag comes in from behind the play, as Williams goes out of bounds near midfield, but that's coming back.
And now you can see the speed that Munford has. That's why I think that he may have done the onside kicks, because Cleburne County just doesn't have that type of speed to contain.
But Cleburne County bailed out on a holding call.
Absolutely.
So there you see the indication from referee Ron Burgess. Our Calhoun County Commission halftime report coming up here in about 46 seconds, 45.9 seconds to be exact, here in Heflin, in what's been one of our fastest first halves so far of the entire season.
Well, when you run it, the clock doesn't stop, it just moves.
Well, so far that clock has been moving and then some. As it'll be Anderson giving off to Williams on the jet sweep handoff, as he'll get to about the 30-yard line. Line of scrimmage was at the 23. So it's going to be a 7-yard gain, as right now looks as if Coach Easley from Munford and company will go ahead and just try and run out the clock and at least gather themselves and game plan for the second half, down 14-7.
And that's the way you have to play that play right there. You have to string it out, James, and let your linebackers come in on the inside and make that sure-handed tackle.
Here's Anderson back to throw, and they'll toss it and a bit high, thankfully, because Littleton had read the play, so that's going to stop the clock on the incompletion with 7.1 seconds remaining until halftime.
Right, that would have been a pick six right there if he would have threw that to the receiver.
A bit surprised that Coach Easley and the coaching staff decided to throw the ball with 20 seconds or so remaining in the first half.
Well, you see them in quarters coverage right now. Cleveland County, they got about 4 guys back. So
keeper for Anderson, trying to beat Cotton to the corners. He'll go out of bounds around the first down marker, as that'll end the first half here in Heflin. So far, it's been a very bruising, grinding first half for both of these teams, as there hasn't been a lot of passes thrown so far in this first half. So right now, the clock has 1 second left in the first half, but they'll have time for one more play with Anderson going out of bounds. So now the quick pass to the far side, that'll be complete, and going out of bounds will be Munford's running back, Amari Edmondson, and now we'll come to the end of the first half. Kilgore Construction presenting our second quarter here in Heflin as we go to the half. Cleburne County up 14-7 in a critical 4A Region 4 matchup here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you this week by Urban Rustique.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Eye Care Alabama, our goal is to meet the needs of every patient. Dr. Dwayne Mohan and Dr. Ryan Price always strive for excellent outcomes. We want each patient to get the best vision and medical care possible. At Eye Care Alabama, we utilize all the latest technological advances to ensure that you receive the best quality eye care. So call for an appointment at any of our 4 locations in Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, or Atala and see the difference. Most insurance is accepted. Eye Care Alabama. Efficient, effective eye care close to home.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
At halftime here in Heflin, James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our crew here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week as you take a look at the Munford Marching Band here on the Calhoun County Commission halftime report here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week as the Calhoun County Commission reminds you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer, and we'll send it down to the field for the Munford Marching Band. Munford Marching Band performing at halftime. The Calhoun County Commission presenting our halftime report. As we'll go ahead and take this time out. At halftime, it is Cleburne County 14 and Munford 7 on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Ristique.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store, from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Back in Heflin on our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, and we'll throw it right down here on our halftime report, brought to you by the Calhoun County Commission, as the Cleburne County Marching Band performing at halftime. The Cleburne County Marching Band performing at halftime here at L.E. Bell Field in Heflin. This is the halftime report presented to you by the Calhoun County Commission. We'll take this time out and we'll have a look at first half highlights here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Rustique.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
An entertaining matchup tonight, and it's certainly been a fast-paced ball game as far as the pace of the game is concerned, because both of these teams went in the first half in less than an hour, and we got the bang for our buck when it comes to our highlights from the first half. And the first one, a Carter Hughes interception on Munford's opening drive of the game, and then a fumble on Cleburne County's opening drive. So both teams to begin the game exchanged turnovers, but really from that point on, Cleburne County dominated up front, and their second drive was capped off by a Nate Adams 6-yard touchdown run along with the PAT to make it 7-0. And then this was their final touchdown and the first half's final touchdown, as well as Jake Dingler just bowled over a defender that time and somersaulted his way into the end zone for the touchdown to make it 14-7. By the way, not a lot of scoring because of the limited possessions by both of these teams. You had, as we mentioned, the Adams and Dingler touchdowns for Cleburne County, and early in the second quarter you had a B.J. Anderson to Alex Petty 8-yard touchdown pass. So there's your current halftime score at 14-7 in favor of Cleburne County, as both teams are out of the halftime locker room getting their warm-ups in prior to the start of the second half. Been a very entertaining and physical first half by both of these teams, Eddie.
Absolutely. And for the most part, Cleburne County was able to move the football down. As I mentioned earlier, that fumble that they had, was not a result of contact by Munford. It was more or less a miscommunication on the play and running into each other. But, Munford bounced back. I got to give them credit. They bounced back and spread them out and put the ball in the air. And, they doing what they do best. And, of course, Cleveland County is doing what they do best, which is pounding that football, But Cleveland County should be 3 for 3 in the red zone.
I'll tell you what, Munford, as you're mentioning, doing a very solid job of hanging around in this ball game. So when you look ahead to this second half, what do you think are some of the keys for Cleburne County and Munford as far as getting to the finish line successfully for this key region game for both of these teams?
Okay, well, first of all, the home team, Cleveland County, in order for them to sustain, they're going to have to pound the football and run it. They're going to have to run the football, which they're not having any issues running the football. And, of course, in order for Munford to get back in the game, they got to spread them out. I think Munford has better speed, and I don't think Cleveland County has been able to contain their speed, when they get in open field. So I think Munford has to spread them out a little bit, kind of get the ball in playmaker's hand and let them make plays.
Do you think B.J. Anderson may get a little more involved in the passing game for Munford in the second half?
Absolutely, he should. I mean, if he don't, then they playing right in Cleveland County hands because they want them to try to run the football, and I think Cleveland County is winning that battle.
Let's go ahead and we'll have, looks like Coach Michael Easley from Munford joining us as far as our visit prior to the start of this second half. A big region game for both of these teams as Cleburne County comes in with a 1-0 region record, and for Munford, 1-1 in region play. Both teams defeating Talladega for their lone region win of the season. Also, Munford losing to Anniston in their region opener on September the 8th. We're getting Coach Michael Easley settled in. And once we get Coach Easley in, and Coach, your thoughts as far as your team's first half?
Cleburne County will receive the start second half back deep to the Tigers at 23. Carter Hughes.
What do you want to see out of your team in the second half?
19.
Good luck, Coach. Coach Michael Easley for the Munford Lions as he makes his way across the field as we're about to begin the third quarter of play. The FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you this week by Urban Rustique, as they'll have a big fall festival coming up on Saturday, October the 28th in Oxford. Also, our third quarter of tonight's FNN Game of the Week brought to you by Backyard Designs, and we'll have another kickoff coming up by Wildflower Florals and Gifts. And prior to that, a stoppage in play from our officials this evening. Also, something new we've brought to the FNN Game of the Week this year, the Bama Sheds Ball Toss. As far as a little extra fun we've added to the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Show your ball as far as the FNN site that we're at each and every week, and you'll get a 10% discount thanks to our friends at Bama Sheds.
Hey, I love the football toss, James.
Oh, absolutely, as we'll have the kickoff coming up, as, by the way, Cleburne County won the toss prior to tonight's ball game, deferred their option to the second half. And so after the false start penalty on the kickoff, it'll be Munford's Wade Presley getting set to kick things off to begin the third quarter. It'll be fielded from about the 16-yard line, and coming to the near side will be O'Neal as he breaks out of a tackle and just steps out of bounds before he could maneuver his way down the field around the 41-yard line. So it'll be a first down and 10 after about a 25-yard kickoff return on that Wildflower Florals and Gifts kickoff.
Well, I think if he don't step out of bounds, you may be looking at him in the end zone. He was probably about an inch out of bounds, and they had one guy to beat the kicker, and the kicker actually missed the tackle. So, Munford should be thanking the lucky stars he stepped out of bounds.
The Munford Lions will begin, or on defense, to begin this third quarter. First down and 10. And speaking of the Munford Lions defense, they may have moved a little bit early that time.
Now, encroachment on the defense, 5-yard penalty, replay first down.
So the Cleburne County offense getting a free 5-yard gift that time, and so it's going to be a first down and 5. As they're looking, not only they, but Munford also to get a big second region win this year. Here's Hughes going off of right guard, clearing the first line of the defense for Munford and getting the iCare Alabama first down at the 41 to Munford.
And there they are. They running north and south again. You know, he stick his foot in the ground and turn it up, and I think that's where they're going to make their money at right there. You know, I just don't think they're going to beat Munford East and West.
Devin Elder on the tackle from his defensive end spot for Munford. Gain to the 41 of Munford, first down and 10. The carry going to Dingler as he'll cut it up the field around the numbers to about the 37, maybe the 36-yard line. Solid 4.5 yards on first down. As we played in real time less than an hour, about 50 minutes as far as that entire first half, because both of these teams primarily keeping it on the ground.
Well, I love it, James. I mean, they run the football, and when you run the football, the clock runs as well.
Now, that's not a good thing right now for Munford, albeit still plenty of time here in the second half. Second down and 6. The straight ahead give will go to Dingler. Big running room and the first down and a lot more as he'll get chased out of bounds inside the 20 at the 15-yard line in an Alliance Insurance red zone opportunity for Cleburne County after another iCare Alabama first down.
And they're running between the guards and tackles right there, and they just wearing them out, and it's making those skilled people at defensive back and outside linebacker and the safety, it's just making them null and void. It's like they're not even on the field because, you know, they're on the outside of the play.
Gain of 21 that time for Dingler. As there you see him, one of the seniors, one of 20 seniors on the roster, as it'll be Hughes off of right tackle as he'll take it inside the 10 to about the 8-yard line for a gain of 7 yards.
And there again, he just planted his foot and turned it up. You know, they're not trying to beat him on the outside. And it's just neutralizing the speed that Munford has. There's nothing they can do. And if they put him inside, they're going to do a reach block, you know, to try to seal the edge. That's the only way Cleburne County will be able to get the edge on them, is they make them squeeze the box.
Wing T set. Yes, it'll be Dingler on his third consecutive carry, and he's going to go in untouched for the touchdown.
Oh, did you see what he did to the defensive back? I mean, he totally destroyed him.
Not only destroyed him, but we'll take the Infinity Doc's second look at Dingler, not only getting in untouched, but flexing his skills that time in the end zone.
Right there, he let him know, hey, I'm a fullback, you're a defensive back, and he's making that guy think twice about trying to tackle him later on.
Noah Morgan coming on for the point after. It's up, and it is good. So we'll take the timeout. 9:53 remaining in the third quarter. Cleburne County 21 and Munford 7 as you'll take a look at Dingler's second touchdown run of the night.
At iCare Alabama, our goal is to meet the needs of every patient. Dr. Dwayne Mohan and Dr. Ryan Price always strive for excellent outcomes. We want each patient to get the best vision and medical care possible. At iCare Alabama, we utilize all the latest technological advances to ensure that you receive the best quality eye care. So call for an appointment at any of our 4 locations in Piedmont, Heflin, Roanoke, or Atala and see the difference. Most insurance is accepted. iCare Alabama. Efficient, effective eye care close to home.
Cleburne County 21 and Munford 7. As Morgan for Cleburne County has added 3 PATs, but right now it's Cleburne County's offensive line just mowing over the front line for Munford and providing those holes for Hughes as well as Dingler and company on that first drive.
Hughes and Dingler, and if we get an opportunity later, Jim, and you show that play again, that's just a throwback from old school right there. That's a legendary Miami Dolphins play, handing that football off to Larry Zonka.
Morgan will pooch it to the far side, and it'll be a fair catch by one of the upmen. In fact, the defensive lineman that time in Elder, as we'll take a second look at that touchdown run, the second of the night for Jake Dingler.
And when he's running in right here, that is a legendary play right there that I take from the legendary John Madden. Right there, he will be saying boom. And that's old school football right there. That's exactly what you want.
The textbook definition of power football, brought to you by Jake Dingler. So Munford will come out for their first offensive possession of third quarter. Backyard Designs bringing you tonight's third quarter, as it'll be Edmondson off the right side, and he's going to get a lot of room and get close to that I Care Alabama first down. And in fact, it'll be more than enough, about 13 yards on that first down scamper.
Well, you got a kick out on the cornerback, and the safety was a little late getting there. And again, I just think that the speed is a problem right there for Cleveland County. They want you to play within the box.
So the gain gets Munford out to the 44-yard line, rather. A gain of 13 yards, as it'll be Anderson on the design quarterback keeper. Breaks out of one tackle and can't get out of another as Carter Hughes comes up to help wrap up B.J. Anderson out of bounds at the near side.
Just get to them and rally the troops. That's what they want. And I think, it's just a matter of keeping them within the box. I think Cleveland County plays technique sound as long as they can keep them in the box. When they have to start scrambling, they're in trouble.
Officials timeout as B.J. Anderson comes up a bit banged up for Munford. Victory Law, one of our season-long sponsors, presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week. As you take a look at Anderson, a bit shaken up at the near side. As it looks as if Cleburne County coming to the near side as far as to talk with their defensive coaches. And Anderson still a little bit wobbly after that last hit, Eddie.
Well, this ground and pound kind of style of football that Cleveland County is playing, it reminds me of my old friend Coach Short, who used to be here. Coach Short probably had one of the strongest teams in the state of Alabama, and they banked on their strength and that we just gonna wear you down. He used to always talk about getting the game late in the third quarter and fourth quarter.
It'll be a second down and 9 as Anderson will walk off to the far side, and Edmondson will get the call, but will have a flag on the play. Whistles stop the play with 9:20 remaining in the third quarter. So Edmondson will be a Wildcat quarterback as of now. This will be a second down and 9, so the officials stopped it right before the snap for Munford. So you'll have Edmondson in kind of a Wildcat quarterback spot. Also Denson coming in as the running back. A.J. Denson, the safety defensively, now at a running back spot as Edmondson will look over the defense as we'll have Whistles stop the play.
On the offense, 5-yard penalty. We play 2.
Our first delay of game of the evening, and so that'll mark it back 5 yards. So it looks as if right now that Munford a little bit shaken up right now with their signal caller out of the game.
Well, and you said it, James. They don't have the signal call, the normal guy that runs the offense, and it just throws the rhythm off right now. They probably going to get him out for play and get him back in.
Edmondson will take the direct snap and try and bounce it to the far side as he'll turn the corner with a flag on the play, as that's a good gainer. 2 flags on the play as that's going to come on back. You had the referee and then the official at the near side throw their flags as Edmondson was trying to turn the corner. So that's going to put Munford in a bind. So not only a false start, but also a hold for the Munford Lions. So it's going to be second and about 24 or so coming up. And in fact, if it's behind the line of scrimmage, that's going to be even farther for the first down. Ron Burgess to tell us officially the flag.
I've got holding on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot. Replay second down.
So to be second down and forever coming up, as the first down marker, by the way, is all the way at the Cleburne County 46-yard line.
Well, you had holding on both sides of the field, and I think they took the deeper one, which was in the backfield. So, that was just, choose which one you want, and, okay, they're waving off one, so.
So both flags going, obviously, on Munford. So a 10-yard penalty will make it a second down and 24 yards to go from their own 33. It'll be Edmondson keeping up the middle, has some running room and trying to bounce it to the outside and breaking one tackle and gets the first down, and a whole lot more as he's still on his feet down the far sideline and finally out of bounds deep into Cleburne County territory for a huge first down run.
And that's the speed that I'm telling you about. He actually probably should have been tackled, but it's just the speed. Right there's a missed tackle, and Cleburne County just don't have the speed to make up the distance.
Jacob Cavender with the first miss for Cleburne County, as that is a huge I-Care Alabama first down run all the way to the Cleburne County 13-yard line.
Now, the problem is he just got through making a long run. Can he do it again, or does he hand it off?
So Denson gets the call off the left side, so he'll fall forward to about the 10-yard line. This is an Alliance Insurance red zone trip for Munford.
Edmondson is breathing kind of hard. He has his hands on his hips, so he's tired.
There you see Alliance Insurance. Angie Williamson, the agent, presenting us our red zone trips for both of these teams this evening. 8:10 and counting remaining here in the third quarter. It'll be second down and 7. The keeper for Edmondson, as he'll break out of a couple of tackles and then rip down inside the 10 to about the 7 with a flag on the play. And we'll find out from Ron Burgess.
In the back.
So that's another Munford penalty that'll set them back.
Munford just kind of shooting themselves in the foot. You get inside the 10-yard line. You do not want to go backwards.
Yard walk off.
During the run.
Move the ball back.
Blocking the back on the offense. 10-yard penalty. Replay second down.
Munford was able to overcome their first 2 penalties on this drive. And now this is going to set them back to the 22-yard line, 2nd and 18 coming up. So Edmondson will give off, and solid defense this time as Denson gets the call, but right into the teeth of an aggressive Cleburne County defense as Kendall Miller, the defensive end, among others, on the tackle. And we'll have a little extracurricular activity afterwards, as there you see 4 black shirts that time on the tackle. And we'll have at least a flag on the play after all that extracurricular activity. 2 flags on the play, so probably offsetting penalties coming up. You had at least a lot of words being said by the players on both of these teams after that last TFL. Is, I believe, Eddie, you counted 4 flags on the field.
Right. You had 2 guys over there. We doing what we call a little cat fight over on the side, and it kind of escalated from there on the first flag, and everybody just kept going. So I know it's multiple personal conduct files on both teams, so they are unsportsmanlike conduct rather on both teams. So they're just trying to sort it out and get numbers down so they can make notes, and then I think you'll probably see the officials get a little bit more tight on the chirping.
7:22 remains in the third quarter as Cleburne County already adding to their 14-7 halftime lead with the second of Jake Dingler's touchdowns to begin this second half. Dingler with runs of 6 and 7 yards as far as his touchdown runs. Also on this drive, B.J. Anderson went out due to injury as Amari Edmondson has played the role of a wildcat quarterback on this drive. And we'll hear from Ron Burgess here in just a few seconds after this deliberation. There you see all of our officials from the Alabama High School Athletic Association sorting things out as far as that last little cat fight that they had around the 20-yard line.
Well, I can tell you somebody's going to be upset once they get through. One of these coaches is going to be upset because
personal foul here. Got a dead ball, personal foul here. Those penalties are going to offset.
So offsetting penalties on both teams.
I got a dead ball, unsportsmanlike, number 44. So we're going to step that one up.
So that's on Kendall Miller for Cleburne County. Looks as if Coach Joby Burns for Cleburne County also getting some words in with Ron Burgess.
Well, I knew one way or the other one coach was going to be upset, because they were kind of cat fighting, and my personal opinion, I think you just kind of penalize both teams and you let it go.
Ball, unsportsmanlike here.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit more of the chippiness early in the game with how physical this game has been, Eddie. So both teams get personal foul and unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. And so it's going to be a long yardage situation coming up once we resume play. Urban Rustique presents our FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week, and also our third quarter by Backyard Designs.
Well, Coach Easley is upset right now because he's wondering why his was a mark-off and that it wasn't against Cleveland County, and I knew that would happen when you see that many flags and you see them trying to sort it out. One coach is going to be upset.
Well, keep in mind that they had a block in the back call also prior to the last play and prior to the 4 penalties on both teams after the pass play. Munford had a couple penalties prior to Edmondson's lengthy run to get them into the red zone.
And he wants an explanation, and I can understand that because this is a critical drive right here for Munford, and they want to make sure that they have an opportunity, and it's just tough on the officials to try to sort out that many flags. That's their job, but it's just tough. That's why you try to neutralize the call as best as possible and let the kids just go on and play on the field and let them decide.
Amari Edmondson had a 54-yard run to get Munford into the red zone. As we'll resume play here in just a moment as they have the football right now at the Cleburne County 26-yard line. Urban Rustique bringing our FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week. They'll have a huge fall festival coming up on October the 28th at their location in Oxford, and also included in that is a spooktacular costume contest also on October 28th. As they'll have a dunk tank costume contest, pumpkin painting games, a hayride, and a whole lot more as far as the festivities at Urban Rustique in a little more than a month for Halloween weekend. So it should be a lot of fun for the family on October the 28th. Looks as if we're about to get things resumed here. And so Looks as if it'll actually be Cleburne County ball. Not exactly sure how that transpired, as they'll say Cleburne County has the ball. I didn't see a fumble, didn't see a change in possession, and it wasn't third down, I believe, either, or fourth down.
Yeah, I'm curious to how did that happen. I mean, I didn't, maybe later on we'll get an explanation on it, but I thought it was first down.
Yeah, I'm very curious as far as what exactly happened to get Cleburne County the ball. So now 2nd down and 7, as it'll be the fullback Dingler going across the 30 to the 31-yard line. Thankfully, we have the booth official from the AHSAA next door, so we'll probably try and figure out from somebody, what exactly happened.
Right. During the run, incidental face mask on the defense, 5-yard penalty from the end of the run.
So a 5-yard face mask penalty will advance the ball for Cleburne County thanks to another Munford miscue. So we're less than 7 minutes remaining here in the third quarter, as Cleburne County now has a 3rd down and 1 situation coming up. They'll spot the football just shy of the 36-yard line. And it'll be the give to Dinglers. He'll get met right at impact on the handoff, and he'll lose about a couple of yards, so that's a big stop for Munford defensively, as it'll be a 4th down coming up in about 3 yards to go.
James, and I just got an explanation from the booth official. He says that the referee also said that Munford fumbled the football on that possession.
There you go. So that certainly explains things, as Munford turned it over for the 2nd time this evening. So that was checked at a 2nd and 1 now, officially a 3rd down coming up. Hughes gets the call, gets the 1st down, and he's in the open field, and he's going to try and take it to the house. Trying to beat Denson to the end zone, and he's going to be stopped just shy of the goal line.
And that was a great run right there by Hughes. I mean, he started right, but if you see his north and south, and again, you got to give Munford credit. That's that speed right there, touchdown saving play.
So a 1st and goal from the 1, as that's an iCare Alabama 1st down and an Alliance Insurance red zone trip again for Cleburne County.
You're probably fixing to see a handoff to the big Dingler in the back.
66 yards, by the way, for Hughes on his big run. 1st and goal from the 1. And that's going to go right up the middle, and maybe a fumble on the play. Let's find out.
Absolutely, that's a fumble. I saw it come out.
Munford says they have it, and they do.
He tried to pull out Monday center too quick.
So, indeed, Gord, the quarterback, misplayed at least the quarterback-center exchange, and Munford getting a huge break here in the third quarter.
Right, he just pulled out too soon. He just, got a little answer there and just pulled from underneath the center a little bit too quickly, and, it caused a fumble.
So Munford's offense will come back out onto the field deep in their own territory. B.J. Anderson back in the game at quarterback. As there you see Dingler showing blitz. So at least for Munford, good to see Anderson back in after getting injured in the last drive. Play clock down to 7 as here's the quick throw to the far side. That's complete, but in the end zone, and tackled in the end zone is Williams for the safety, as the safety tackle made by James Cotton for Cleburne County. Eddie, that pass took forever to get to the intended receiver, resulting in 2 points for Cleburne County.
Right, it was thrown high, and then it was about 3 to 4 yards in the end zone, and you just can't throw that. You got to try to get that ball out of there.
So 2 points for Cleburne County, as it'll be a free kick now coming up for Munford. So let's go ahead and take the time out here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns. Locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
A safety for the Cleburne County defense adds to their lead, now up 23-7 with 5:09 remaining in the third quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our crew here in Heflin, Alabama. This will be a free kick and looks as if a traditional kickoff on the Wildflower Florals and Gifts kickoff. So they'll kick it off, Will Munford, from the 20, and end over and kick right toward the middle of the field. This will be O'Neill taking it and trying to go toward the near hash mark as he'll get into Munford territory at the Munford 36-yard line. So an outstanding kickoff return for Cleburne County from DeAndre O'Neill, as the Tigers of Cleburne County looking basically to put this one away.
Right. They're just pounding them, man. It's just tough.
And we take a look at some scores from around the state of Alabama. I know up in Piedmont it's been back and forth between Ohatchee and Piedmont as far as their Class 3A Region 6 matchup. A big week as far as region games around the state of Alabama, and this is a big region game for both of these teams tonight, Munford and Cleburne County, as far as trying to punch their ticket later on in the season for the postseason. Dingler on the carry as he gets tripped up for maybe about a 1-yard gain to the 35-yard line.
That's more of an ISO out of the wing tee right there. They kind of put him, in isolation on the outside, and that's not Dingler's style right there. You got to get them bodies in front of him and let him pick and choose, which direction he want to go, and that's when he make things happen right there. You probably won't see that play again.
2nd down and 9. Single back as it'll be Dingler on the call off the right side as he'll take tacklers with him to the 21 with a fumble on the play. And I think that Cleburne County was able to pounce on that football, and indeed they did. So there you see Dingler getting the ball stripped out of his hands, but thankfully one of the offensive linemen for Cleburne County able to come up with the football. So Dingler, a workhorse back from the fullback spot this evening already with a couple of touchdowns, but Cleburne County's been a little bit sloppy at times with the football as well.
Right.
A couple of fumbles that they have given up to Munford, and also that last fumble adds to their fumble total, now 3 in total for this evening. So it makes it a 3rd down and 1. Give going to O'Neill as he'll get close to the first down, needed the 25-yard line, and that's going to depend on the spot.
I think the second effort may have gotten him there, I believe.
So as we await the first down decision, our FNN High School Football Game of the Week will return to the Creek Bank in Ohatchee, as will be a non-region matchup. Should be a really outstanding matchup, kind of a contrast in styles between Ohatchee and Jacksonville for our Game of the Week next week.
And you said it is extreme contrast in styles, but two very, very good programs. And I think it's going to be, as they said, thunder and lightning next Friday.
Of course, Jacksonville's Jim Ogle going to play quarterback at Troy next season, as he's playing his final season up at Jacksonville High. Hughes on the carry, and he gets met immediately by a couple of Munford defenders, as you had a couple of the defensive linemen leading the way. Emmanuel Strickland that time on the tackle for the Munford Lions. Under 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Third quarter brought to you by Backyard Designs and our FNN High School Football Game of the Week brought to you, as always, every week by FNN Bank. It'll be a 2nd down and 14 after the 4-yard loss, as it'll be a play-action bootleg for Gore with a flag on the play, as that's likely going to come back as Gore advances the football to the 5-yard line.
Norm, if the referee, you got to hold him.
Indeed, Ron Burgess, a busy man tonight in that zebra outfit, issues the holding call.
Oh, and I bet Coach Joe, he just hate that, man. I mean, that was a great play design, great call, and the receiver did a great job of just shielding instead of trying to block and getting a block in the back, but you got an initial hold.
It's been a 10-yard walk-off against the Tigers.
During the run, holding on the offense. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay 2nd down.
So the line to reach to the 1st down will be the 15-yard line of Munford. Cleburne County with the football at the far hash mark at the Munford 39-yard line, so that's going to set up a 2nd down and 24. But right now, certainly the score on Cleburne County's side, and the clock at 2.5 to go in the 3rd quarter. Here's the quick pitch going to Carter Hughes with a head of steam, turning the corner. He's going to try and go as he'll be taken out of bounds. Is he in? Yes, he is.
Oh, yes, he tight-roped the line. I mean, Hughes said, you're not going to deny me this time.
39 yards on the touchdown run by Carter Hughes, his first of the night, as Cleburne County has more than gotten it done on the ground tonight. And there you see some outstanding camera work down the sideline as Carter Hughes able to sneak in that end zone for the touchdown. Noah Morgan will come on for the PAT, but flags will stop the PAT kick.
Prior to the snap, encroachment on the defense. Half the distance to the goal.
So they'll try the extra point from at least the snap about the 1.5-yard line. So a little bit closer in for Noah Morgan as the score now up to 29-7. A couple of touchdowns on the ground for Jake Dingler for Cleburne County. Nate Adams also with the first touchdown at the game in the 1st quarter. And now Carter Hughes in on the touchdown parade for Cleburne County. Morgan perfect so far on point afters. There's the snap, there's the hold, and the kick. All are good as we'll take the timeout. Cleburne County having their way here in the 3rd quarter with Munford now up 30-7 here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
It was 14-7 at halftime in favor of Cleburne County. And now up 30-7 thanks to 16 points in the 3rd quarter. Here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented by Urban Ristique. It'll be Noah Morgan to pooch kick it. The end over end kick will be fielded on a fair catch at the 35-yard line. Devin Elder fielding that fair catch on the short kickoff as Munford, well, they've had a few haymakers thrown at them, Eddie, here in the 3rd quarter, and Cleburne County so far has connected on practically every blow so far.
I was about to say that those haymakers were thrown and they connected. And they basically doing what a team should do coming after halftime, receiving the football. You know, they done had a few hiccups, but for the most part, they're doing what they need to do.
I'll tell you what, Munford's going to be used to some physical offensive line play. Next week, they will be hosting Cherokee County. In fact, we saw Cherokee County at the beginning of the month and just saw how good they are up front and how physical as well. It'll be the keeper for Edmondson as he'll advance across midfield to about the 49 of Cleburne County on a iCare Alabama first down.
Well, I think it just doesn't get any better for Munford, playing Cherokee County. I mean, that's another juggernaut you got to contend with. And, you're looking at speed and you're looking at power. So, hey, it's just a tough stretch.
Approaching 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Clock stops with Edmondson going out of bounds as he'll get the call right up the middle and runs into Dingler and a couple of others on the Cleburne County defense. He'll get stopped, Will Edmondson, about the 46-yard line as we go under the 2-minute mark here in the third quarter. And there you see our lineup for next week, beginning with, of course, the FNN Coaches Show from Struts, Wings, in Oxford. We'll recap tonight's slated games across the state of Alabama and then look ahead to non-region play across the state of Alabama to close out the month of September. It'll be a 2nd down and 6. This will be the reverse jet sweep give going to Williams as we'll have a couple of flags likely bringing the play back. And once again, Ron Burgess getting plenty of camera time this evening, indicates the holding. In fact, our head referee getting a lot of camera time in the third quarter alone, as Burgess sorting out officially and will tell us the holding call. .125 remaining here in the third quarter.
Ball from the line of scrimmage, puts the ball back at the 39.
During the run, blindside block on the offense, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay second.
Actually, they call a blindside block to be exact. And throw in 5 more yards as you had the right tackle get an early head start. A bit of an early head start that time by Kadeen Mosley, the right tackle. So it's been a penalty fest so far in the third quarter for Munford as things seem to be self-destructing for the Lions sideline across the way.
Right, I think they're just falling apart, and I think they got a lot to do with their youth. Played pretty decent first half, but I think they're just falling apart.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining in the third quarter. The snap and the give to Edmondson as he'll run right into one of the defensive linemen for Cleburne County, as that'll be a loss of a couple on the play. Some more at the bench. Looks as if coming off the bench for Cleburne County. Josiah O'Hara coming in at a defensive end spot, making the tackle for the Cleburne County Tigers. So Cleburne County, by the way, already off to a solid start this year. Won their first 2 road games of the season at Northside, just north of Tuscaloosa, and at Talladega to begin region play a couple of weeks ago.
Well, you had a little cat fighting over there on the other side, so it's just
Jalen Williams on the stretch handoff, the jet sweep as he'll turn the corner and get run out of bounds by Cavender, the safety around the 45 of Munford, but that's going to be well shy still at the first down.
Well, I tell you, they still playing hard. If you look at the replay right here, he turns the corner, and once he get that gap, you get another boom play right there. He lowered his shoulder, and we call that the hammer nail effect. You're going to be the hammer, you're going to be the nail, and I think he was a hammer that time. So, credit to Munford. They still playing hard.
I've really been impressed with what we've seen from Cleburne County tonight. Very physical on a consistent basis, especially up front offensively along their offensive line, and their defense has matched the physicality as well tonight, as there's a high snap on the punt as he'll be fielded inside the 20 at the 19-yard line. That snap going well over the punters head for Munford and Alex Petty.
And that's a youth play right there because he should visualize the rush before the ball is snapped, and he had plenty enough time to try to pick that up, and instead of having that big loss. You don't want to give the ball to, that's basically, if they score right here, that's just basically the death penalty right there for Munford.
Munford did a solid job of hanging with Cleburne County in the first half, but they just haven't been able to sustain that type of competitiveness here in the third quarter.
Right.
Almost 13 seconds, 12.9 seconds remaining in the third quarter. So it'll be Gore and the Cleburne County offense coming off the bench as a fumbled snap, and Munford trying to fall on it, and I believe they do. We'll await the official indication from our AHSAA crew as Munford trying to get their third fumble recovery defensively.
Clock to 3 seconds, reset the clock to 3 seconds. I got wide football.
So indeed it'll be a fumble recovery for Munford. Probably the one down spot tonight for Joe B. Burns' Cleburne County Tigers has been the amount of times they put the ball on the ground.
And that's I know that's going to drive him crazy because if you look at the times that they fumble the football, they probably should be 5 or 6 for 6 in the red zone, and like right there, that's a fumble, and that's inexcusable right there. You gotta clean that up because you can't do that against good teams, and once you get deep in the playoff.
So this will be the final play of the third quarter as Edmondson turns the corner far side to the 25-yard line as we're through 3 quarters of play here in Heflin. Cleburne County pulling away as they're now up 30-7 going into the fourth quarter here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. The final 12 minutes of play coming up here in Heflin, Alabama, in Cleburne County, as the Cleburne County Tigers at home this evening lead 30-7 in a critical Class 4A Region 4 game for both of these teams. Munford and Cleburne County already with a region win under their belts, as one of these two teams at least looking to get one of those 4 spots in the postseason later on during the course of the 2023 season. Our fourth quarter about to begin as Perez Flooring brings you our fourth quarter. Anderson lining up in the shotgun. Under some pressure, and the jump pass on the screen pass complete to Denson as he'll try and juke around, and does so a couple of defenders, and he's in the open field near boundary as he'll get taken out of bounds with a flag on the play at the Cleburne County 31-yard line. For Cleburne County, it was Austin Mayfield making the tackle in the open field. We'll take a second look at that screen pass, as that was some outstanding maneuvering that time by A.J. Denson as he gets in the open field, and a little stiff arm that time as you see the flag come out.
Well, you just put the ball in the playmaker's hands.
In fact, one of the most productive plays in the passing game this evening, as Ron Burgess tells us the penalty.
5 to me. Face mask. On what number?
So there you hear the face mask initial indication.
During the run, incidental face mask on the white team. Face mask call. First down.
So the face mask on Munford, on Denson, and that probably was, even though it is an iCare Alabama first down, Eddie, it was for the stiff arm that connected with the face mask of Austin Mayfield. So still a big gainer for Munford as the high snap and the keeper for Anderson as he'll roll over a tackler and Jake Dingler and advance toward the 31-yard line. As Edmondson on the carry that time. So 16 points in the third quarter for Cleburne County has really been able to allow them to separate themselves from Munford here in the second half. Jake Dingler with a couple of touchdowns on the ground. Also Carter Hughes and Nate Adams with touchdown runs and a safety in the end zone from James Cotton. As there's a high snap, and it'll be Edmondson reversing field all the way deep in his own territory as he'll try and make something out of nothing, and he'll finally get wrapped up by Jake Dingler at the Munford 44-yard line.
Well, that's just terrible. That's just self-destruction. He probably ran with bad snap, probably 25, 30 yards backwards, and I know he's exhausted.
Just underway in the fourth quarter. It was 7-0 Cleburne County after the first quarter of play. And then Cleburne County was able to take a 14-7 lead at halftime. And it's been all Cleburne County here in the second half. Edmondson now calling the signals at quarterback as he gives off to A.J. Denson, and he'll maybe get up to the 42. So that's going to lose a couple of yards, and they're going to have to punt it away with it being 4th and forever. Next week, we'll be making a return trip to the Creek Bank for the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as it'll be Ohatchee hosting Jacksonville in a non-region special. 6:30 as always for our countdown to kickoff here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. There's a high snap to Petty and gets a wobbly end over end kick away, as that'll get a lateral bounce at the 21 and be stopped there, as Cameron Tucker on special teams for Munford comes up to make the stop. About 9.5 minutes remaining in tonight's ball game. Our FNN Game of the Week each and every week brought to you by the Grub Mart, home of that 99-cent bag of ice. And I imagine Munford will be having a ton of those 99-cent bag of ice, and also Cleburne County as far as how much hitting has been going on down on the field this evening.
Yeah, they're going to need some ice. I mean, after all this pounding that's been going on.
And Munford will probably need a lot next week when they host Cherokee County, as Hughes gets the call off the right side with the flag coming in from behind the play. A lot of flags here in the second half, as Ron Burgess already indicating a block below the waist. So that'll be marked off on the black-clad Tigers of Cleburne County. So we'll get the final official indication from our head referee.
Got a block below the waist. Replay 1.
Block below the waist on Cleburne County. Not a lot of penalty flags on them so far this evening, as they're now just trying to milk off the final 9 minutes and change here in tonight's game. Snap, and the give will go to Carter Hughes as he'll turn the corner right side and gets wrestled down right by Alonzo Kirby down along the sideline, one of our cameramen. Actually, a nice job of maneuvering that camera by old Mr. Kirby down there, as we'll take a second look at Carter Hughes coming right into your living room there, and that's a really good job. I don't think I could have handled that camera the way Alonzo did, Eddie.
It's kind of tough there. You know, I guess he kind of showing he got a few football skills there.
And there's a reason why we're up here safely tucked in the booth. Dingler, the lone setback, as this will be a quick give going off of the left side. And it's going to get close to the first down for Austin Mayfield. One of the wingbacks, as he took it from the wingback spot, basically like a jet sweep handoff, and was able to get close to the first down. A
Well, what they're doing is they're not trying to turn it up. They're basically trying to, get the edge. They're trying to turn it up and get north and south. Because Munford just got, Munford has excellent speed to be as young as they are.
It's the 2nd and 14, a 13-yard gain that time as Dingler off of the right side as he'll power forward for the first down. So Joby Burns' his squad, the head coach for Cleburne County, more than enough points right now for a critical region win. And next week they'll also be out of region as they'll host Reeltown. And then they'll make their first road trip of October over to Jacksonville. So they'll get a crack at Jim Ogle and the Jacksonville Golden Eagles in a couple of weeks when they return to region play. Dingler again off the right side as he'll rumble forward to about the 40-yard line. Under 8 minutes remaining in tonight's ball game. Our fourth quarter presented by the good folks at Perez Flooring. Russell Perez, the owner-manager of Perez Flooring and more, along with Andy Perez, his assistant. Give him a call at 256-419-6866. Located in Anniston, also Oxford and surrounding areas. As we'll take the timeout on the field. Timeout on the field with 7:28 remaining until we get to the finish line. Cleburne County 30 and Munford 7 on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Game of the Week brought to you this week by Urban Rustique. As Cleburne County having their way here in the second half after being up 14-7 at the half. They punched home 16 points to pull away from Munford. 2nd and 4, as it'll be another straight ahead give for Cleburne County. Silas Hunt getting his second carry of the evening as he will advance to the 41-yard line. The FNN Coaches Show coming up on Tuesday. Yours truly, Jim Jacobs, Joe Medley, and coaches and players from around the region. As we'll have a recap of at least the final region week of September. Non-region week coming up as far as our look-ahead week this week. There'll be a third down and a couple. Carter Hughes on the give, and he has the first down, and he could be taking this to the house, and he's going to take it to the house. Touchdown, Cleburne County. Flag on the play, though, as there is a Munford player down. As there is, I do see the penalty flag close to midfield. As Carter Hughes raced it in from 59 yards out, but looks as if this is going to come on back. So Munford has been dinged up so far this evening as B.J. Anderson was injured in the third quarter. And it's Hunter Sparks, the man down, and check that. They'll actually say that the penalty going on Munford. So the touchdown's going to stand, and so that'll wipe off the flag. And that'll go down as a 59-yard touchdown on this second look by Infinity Docks.
He just went through untouched. I mean, that's just great blocking right there. And then he had enough in the gas tank to outrun him.
Noah Morgan on for the point after. So the score now up to 36-7. That'll be a 59-yard touchdown jaunt for Carter Hughes as they're awaiting at least Ron Burgess to get back in position, our head referee. So actually that went down as a chop block on the defense. You don't see that exactly every game. as that was declined, obviously, for the big touchdown run. So Morgan going through his pre-kick routine. There's a high snap, but no worries so for Morgan as he boots it through and will take the timeout. Approaching 6.5 to go in the ball game, Cleburne County dominating.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
A statement win. 6:38 remaining in tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Ristique. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock, and our FNN crew here from Cleburne County High School in Heflin, Alabama. We'll be in Ohatchee next week as far as our FNN High School Football Game of the Week, as we'll be halfway through the regular season here in the 2023 season. It'll be Jacksonville at Ohatchee. Got the ground and pound of Ohatchee, and then the D1 caliber quarterback in Jim Ogle and a high-flying Golden Eagles offense awaiting us next week. Also, with the penalty at least going on Munford during the touchdown run, they'll assess that penalty on this kickoff. So once again, a kickoff for Cleburne County coming up from the 45 of Munford. So that's an in-over-in kick that's going to go in and out of the end zone, as all of our kickoffs this evening brought to you by Wildflower Florals and Gifts. So 6:38 remaining in tonight's ball game, and that'll be the amount of time, Eddie, that Cleburne County is separated as far as surpassing their win total from all of 2022. So already a big step forward before Cleburne County has already gotten into the month of October.
Well, you've seen improvements, each year. They've gotten better and better, and, I think it's just a fact of settling in, learning coach philosophy and just doing the things that they do. And I think he's doing a great job at fitting philosophy with the personnel that he has.
But this is the 5th season for Coach Joby Burns leading the Cleburne County program, as the zone read kept by Edmondson, as he'll get in the open field and bounce it to the near side. And he's still on his feet and gets all the way to the Cleburne County 31-yard line.
And that's the speed right there. If you just look at the replay right there, stops on a dime cut, the vision, he stops again and cut, and he just got speed to burn. He actually stopped there, and, he probably wanted to get back in, but, he just went on out of bounds. And, Munford has great flashes. It's the fact of just putting together an entire game for 4 quarters.
49 yards on that I-Care Alabama first down run for Edmondson. Also had a 54-yard run early this evening. Denson on the call off the left side as he'll fall forward across the 25 to the 24-yard line. Approaching the 6-minute mark remaining in tonight's ball game. And keep in mind, for Munford, this is one of the youngest squads in Class 4A across the state of Alabama, really with essentially only 5 seniors as far as with significant playing experience this season. They hung around for a half with Cleburne County, but obviously Cleburne County's physicality just overwhelming them here in the second half.
Well, physicality and experience, with them being
Edmondson gets around one tackle, and he's still on his feet as he gets inside the 20 to the 18-yard line. So it's going to be an Alliance Insurance red zone trip for Munford.
And if you look again, that's just all effort play right there. The kid is extremely quick, and you know, hey, my hat's off to Coach Easley's squad because, you know, they could have laid down, but even with the mistakes, they are still playing extremely hard. You know, they're giving it all they have, and that's all you can ask of a team is, hey, just play hard to the finish.
Tell you what, a really good crowd this evening here in Heflin for the homestanding Cleburne County Tigers as they're looking to improve their record to 3-1 on the season. An active crowd this evening as Cleburne County showing blitz. As there's the handoff to the far side, as taking the handoff on the jet sweep was McCoy as he'll get wrapped up for a loss.
Well, they just had that play diagnosed right there from the beginning.
So a loss of a couple that time as we approach the 5-minute mark remaining in tonight's ball game. So looking ahead for Cleburne County's rest of the 2023 schedule, they'll have Reeltown at home next week, at Jacksonville in a couple of weeks to resume region play, and then down the stretch, host White Plains, at Handley, host Anniston, and then at Walter Wellborn to close out the regular season. Ball goes out of bounds on the fumble, but it will remain with Munford. As it'll be a third down coming up in about 7 yards to go. Waiting to see where they spot the football. Somewhere around about the 13 or so. So the line to reach to the first down is the 8-yard line. It's been all Cleburne County so far, up 14-7 at halftime. They had a safety in the third quarter, but otherwise it's been all ground and pound and throwing some big plays on the ground as well from Carter Hughes. Jake Dingler's had a couple of touchdowns on the ground. Also Nate Adams with the first score of the night in the first quarter. And also plenty of flags here in the second half as we'll have another flag on the play.
And that just drives Coach crazy. I know he wants to clean that up, you know what I mean? You can't give him a first down in there. You still want to finish strong, yeah.
And Cleburne County will get a offside whistled against them. So that's going to give a free first down presented by iCare Alabama, as this will be Edmondson on the zone read as he'll get into the end zone for the touchdown. So a touchdown for Amari Edmondson, his first of the night. And the first touchdown of the second half for Munford, as there you see Edmondson putting on his moves and shifting around tacklers to get in the end zone for the touchdown from 7 yards out.
And I think he deserved it, man, because he's played his heart out. You know, he should easily be over 100 yards on the ground. I mean.
So it'll be the PAT kick coming up from Dakota Frank. All-county place kicker in Talladega County last year as he boots it through to make it 37-14. As we'll take the timeout here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week presented by Urban Ristic.
The Food Barn in Raglan offers the best in good old-fashioned hometown service when you're shopping for groceries, plus the latest ways to get great food specials your way. Click on RaglanFoodBarn.com. Follow the Food Barn on Facebook and listen to The River for weekly specials.
Where you can get everything you need from down on the farm and it won't cost you a leg or an arm.
And they're open 7 days a week. For the best cuts on quality meats, great service, and great prices, it's the Food Barn in Raglan.
Fourth quarter brought to you by Perez Flooring here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week with 4 minutes, 18 seconds until we get to the finish line of tonight's FNN High School Football Game of the Week. A big thanks to our presenting sponsor this week in Urban Ristic, as the kickoff will be in over end toward the 9-yard line. DeAndre O'Neal will slide forward to about the 27-yard line after returning it 18 yards on a Munford kickoff by Wildflower Florals and Gifts. A big thanks to all of our sponsors for helping us out this week on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week. Urban Ristic will have their big fall festival coming up on October the 28th. at their location on 1710 Hamrick Drive East in Oxford. The all-in-one vendor mart and also the Spooktacular Costume Contest will be a part of that grand fall festival at Urban Rustique. So that'll be from 9 to 9 p. on October the 28th. The Urban Rustique Free Fall Festival. 4 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in tonight's ball game. Hunter Gore's a solid job of managing the offense this evening. As right up the middle will be one of the backup fullbacks for Cleburne County, Silas Hunt, getting some quality carries now as there's a flag on the play. So
on the defense, 5-yard penalty.
A face mask call going on Munford's defense, the 5-yard variety. So that'll move it closer to and almost right at the first down marker. A very solid game, minus the flags, and more so for Cleburne County, some of the fumbles that they've had, at least spread around throughout tonight's game. But according to Coach Joby Burns, the wing tee offense definitely fits their personnel. They've been a work in progress so far as a team, but especially offensively, trying to transition to the wing tee offense. But as you know, Coach, that offensive line, the key as far as operating an efficient wing tee offense, and we've definitely seen Cleburne County at peak form on the offensive line this evening.
Well, so goes the offensive line, so goes the team. And so, my hat's off to him, going to the wing tee. Most coaches want to follow tradition, but, he's doing what's best for his personnel. And, hey, I admire a coach like that. He kind of analyzed during the offseason, and he does what's best for his team.
2nd down and 5 as Hunter Gore will give off to his backup fullback, Silas Hunt, on the call, close to, and gets the iCare Alabama first down. So Cleburne County just trying to keep it on the ground and get enough first downs to be able to run the clock and get a rock-solid victory at home in region play. For Munford, of course, they'll host Cherokee County next week at Lincoln for their annual rivalry matchup, a non-region game to begin October. And then they'll face Jacksonville, White Plains, and Handley. Jacksonville and Handley at home and White Plains on the road for their region games in October, and travel to Asheville to close out the regular season. It'll be the give off the right side, and a fumble and a recovery for Munford as they'll try and get a scoop and score, and going all the way back for the touchdown is Jacob King. We had him on a couple of weeks ago on the FNN Coaches Show as Jacob King picks up the loose ball and takes it to the house for the touchdown.
Well, you got a flag back there, too. I don't know if it was after the touchdown.
So there you see the give, and the ball popping out of Ware's hands for Cleburne County as it'll be King returning for the touchdown from 37 yards out. But apparently, I think that fumble return is going to get wiped off the board.
Blocking the back on the returning team. 10-yard penalty from the spot. It's going to be a first down.
So it'll be a post-fumble penalty. So the recovery for Jacob King will go in the books, but the touchdown won't, as a block in the back during the return. So it'll still be a first down coming up for Munford's offense. Trying to at least make the score look somewhat respectable going down the closing stretch. But physically and in the second half, though, on the scoreboard, it's been Cleburne County dominating this evening. Man comes in motion to the far side. It's Cleburne County diagnoses that zone read initially and trying to bounce it back to the near side is Kadarian McCoy. As He's still on his feet, but gets taken down about a couple of yards behind the line of scrimmage.
And that's just tough, James. He ran 30 yards to the right and then came back and ran another 30 yards to the left, and that's just...
Number 26 for the Tigers.
Luke Adams in the game comes up with the tackle coming off the bench. As we approach 90 seconds remaining in tonight's FNN High School football game of the week. Perez Flooring and More bringing you our fourth quarter this evening. Amari Edmondson has played most of the second half at quarterback, with B.J. Anderson getting dinged up as Edmondson tries to turn the corner, and he'll lower the shoulder and go out of bounds across the 30 to about the 29-yard line. 1 minute, 17 seconds remaining. Cleburne County will be in rock-solid position going down the stretch as far as securing a playoff spot. What will it be? The first playoff opportunity potentially for Coach Joby Burns here in Heflin. And it's been quite a while, Eddie, since this Cleburne County Tiger program has been able to enjoy some postseason football.
Right. They hadn't had much success, since, Coach Short days, and I think they're trying to get it back on the right track right now.
There's the carry off the right side, and the big gainer inside the 10-yard line as Denson on the call, and looks as if Coach Eddie Bullock whistling for a horse collar tackle.
I think he grabbed him by the back of the jersey, but he didn't let it go. You can grab him, but you got to let it go before you take him down.
There's the first down indication, and I Care Alabama first down for Munford. So the horse collar tackle penalty will advance it to the 5-yard line. An Alliance Insurance red zone trip for the Munford Lions. It'll be Maury Edmondson going off the right side, and he'll scamper into the end zone for the touchdown. One more touchdown for the road going back to Munford for the Lions as Edmondson rushes it in from 5 yards out. That'll make it a 37-20 score as Dakota Frank will come back out for the PAT. So there you see that second look by Infinity Docks as far as the 5-yard touchdown run untouched for Amari Edmondson. Frank perfect on PATs as he'll lift it up and through. As we'll take the timeout with 48 seconds remaining in the ball game. Cleburne County 37 and Munford 21.
At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're showing off our school spirit with our newly designed vertical Spirit debit cards. Now, these are customized with your favorite school's logo, and half of every Spirit card purchased goes toward your school. So, show off your colors and support your local school with the FNN Spirit debit card. You can learn more at fnn.bank. Member FDIC.
Winding down the final 48 seconds this evening here in Heflin, as it's been mostly Cleburne County here in the second half, as they've been able to pull away in the third quarter from Munford. As the kickoff being returned by DeAndre O'Neill across the 35 to the 37 or so yard line for Cleburne County. A big shout out to all of our sponsors, including Urban Rustique, our presenting title sponsor for this evening. As we'll make the road trip over to Ohatchee to the Creek Bank for our second trip to the Creek Bank this season. Next week, Jacksonville making the trip over to Ohatchee for our FNN High School football game of the week next week. Also, our last kickoff brought to you by Wildflower Florals and Gifts. Maybe a couple more snaps coming up for Cleburne County as Hunter Gore will go in under center into the victory formation. Cleburne County doing more than enough, especially in the third quarter, to get across the finish line successfully for win number 3 overall. Region win number 2 as they'll remain undefeated in region play after tonight. And in fact, it looks as if that Cleburne County will not even have to take another snap, as the physicality and just the big plays on the ground in the third quarter and a suffocating defense for much of the second half for Cleburne County carries them to what will be a 37-21 victory over Munford. So they'll wind down the final seconds as we'll begin our post-game here on the FNN High School Football Game of the Week, brought to you by Urban Ristique after this.
Advantage Tire and Alignment on Highway 202 in Anniston is so much more than just a new tire and rim shop. There's not enough time in this ad to tell you all the many things they can do to help keep your car in tip-top shape. Advantage Tire uses ASE certified technicians, so you know any work done is top-notch. Bottom line, if it needs repaired or replaced, they can probably do the job and save you money. And when it comes time for new or used tires and rims, Advantage Tire and Alignment prices just can't be beat. Stop in and see Bruce and the crew today. Advantage Tire and Alignment.
Located in Alexandria, Alabama, Ron's Barbecue is now back open 10 to 8 Wednesday through Sunday. A local family-owned and operated business, Ron's is providing slow-smoked ribs, barbecue chicken, and more. Known for the huge buffalo chicken tenders and the delicious smash burger, Ron's is perfect for the family night out or a lunchtime meeting. Come on out and try Calhoun County's newest local barbecue restaurant.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Bama Sheds and Pole Barns, locally and family owned with the best customer service. Custom built to fit your needs with free delivery and setup. Design and price online or stop by and see what we can do for you. Nobody beats our prices and nobody beats our quality. Built in Alabama, made in Alabama. BamaSheds.com.
A final from Cleburne County High School here at L.E. Bell Field on the campus of Cleburne County High School in Heflin, as it is a 37-21 decision in favor of the Cleburne County Tigers. James Hardy, Coach Eddie Bullock with you, also our FNN crew doing an outstanding job this evening. A very festive night. Really like the atmosphere, a great atmosphere tonight, by the way, for here in Heflin for Cleburne County. The LED lights, the players coming through the stands prior to the start of the game, and certainly Cleburne County providing the home folks with a lot to be happy with this evening, Eddie.
Right. The light show was great. I mean, and Heflin did a great job out on the field. And, I mean, it just, hats off to Munford. They played a tough game, but they just, the inexperience just caught up with them. And, those 20 seniors on Heflin team kind of did what they supposed to do, and they got them on the right path.
One of those seniors, Nate Adams, got the scoring started in the first quarter with a 6-yard touchdown run. And the PAT by Noah Morgan made it 7-0. But for Munford, they were able to begin the second quarter and respond with an 8-yard touchdown pass from B.J. Anderson to Alex Petty. And the PAT from Dakota Frank made it 7-7. But from there, Cleburne County started to take over, especially with their offensive line. As it was a 6-yard run from Jake Dingler, the first of his two, to make it 14-7 at the half. As there you see Joby Burns' profile, as well as the Cleburne County football program when it comes to their history. And by the way, the last time that Cleburne County made the postseason was 2015 under Coach Michael Short.
Well, Coach Short was a legend here. I was fortunate to coach against him for several years, man, and he did a great job here.
So there you take a look at the Cleburne County football squad, a very happy football squad after tonight's game. Also, third quarter, a lot of scoring for Cleburne County, 16 points to be exact. Second of 2 touchdown runs from Jake Dingler, this time from 7 yards out. A James Cotton tackle in the end zone for a safety. And then the first of 2 Carter Hughes touchdowns, this one from 39 yards out. And in the fourth quarter, Carter Hughes added a 59-yard touchdown run to conclude the Tigers scoring. And then Amari Edmondson added a couple of late fourth quarter touchdowns from 7 and 5 yards to conclude the scoring for this Friday evening. A big region win for Cleburne County as they improved to 3-1 on the season, and most importantly, 2-0 in region play. Looks as if we are trying to get Coach Joby Burns with us down along the field. I believe we're just a few moments away from getting him on with us. A big thanks to Urban Ristique for presenting our FNN High School Football Game of the Week this week. We'll have Coach Burns join yours truly, as well as Eddie Bullock. I'm sure Coach Burns will be, for the most part, pretty happy as far as his team's performance, how they were able to control the game, especially from a physicality standpoint. So still awaiting Coach Burns as he's down at least at our camera location with Alonzo Kirby. So just waiting for him now to put on the headphones here in just a few minutes. But reminding you, we'll have the FNN Coaches Show Tuesday night from Struts Wings in Oxford at 7 o'clock. And also our next FNN High School Football Game of the Week coming up next Friday at the Creek Bank in Ohatchee, as we'll have Jake Dingler also join us for a post-game chat. And Jake, congratulations on the win, a very important region win for your team tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Just kind of tell us, your team, especially your offensive line, you had a big night. Just what went in as far to tonight's victory for your squad?
Just a lot of preparation. We was working hard during the week, so, we ran everything that we did during the game and was just focusing on that and getting the job done.
Jake, this Coach Bullock, and by the way, congratulations. Were you trying to make a statement when you scored that touchdown on the end zone, and I see you kind of smiling there, and you ran over the defensive back there?
Oh, yeah, I showed him who the man was.
Okay.
And, Jake, I was very impressed with the atmosphere tonight from the fans, but also the LED lights just makes it a really, really festive atmosphere as far as a high school football Friday here.
Yes, sir.
Just kind of talk about what it's like to be able to play, how much energy it helps bring to the team when you can have that atmosphere created for y'all.
Oh, it brings a lot of energy. Just seeing the lights flashing and everything, it just gets you even more hyped up. So, it just makes you want to keep doing it again.
Jake, once again, congratulations, and go celebrate with your teammates.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Jake Dingler, linebacker, as well as running back for Cleburne County, as we are just about set to bring Coach Joby Burns on with us. Waiting to get Coach Burns on. And, Coach, congratulations on tonight's victory.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a good night. These guys fought hard, and we're very, very proud of the win.
And it looked as if your offense was able to get cranked up early and often. Your offensive line was really able to set the tempo for tonight's game.
Yeah, we came off the ball well. We had a really good week getting ready right there, and our line came off and did their job. Backs ran hard. Fumbled it a few too many times, turned it over. We got to clean all that up, but very proud of our offense, our offensive line in particular.
Coach Burns, it's Coach Bullock. I was wondering, as a coach, I know I was never satisfied. Even in a win, you got to find something to kind of clean up. How did you feel basically when you got in the red zone? Because I think I counted about 7 times that you got in there, but I know 2 or 3 of them you came up empty. What do you say to your team about that?
Well, that's going to cost us, if we don't clean that up. In a tighter game right there, every position matters, and we've got to definitely clean that up. But we did. We moved the ball, I believe, every time. I don't think we punted that I can remember. But, we just definitely got to clean that up. And there's a lot of things to work on offensively and defensively. But, very proud of these guys. Munford's got a good football team, and, they always play hard and play well, and just we're just really happy we win, though.
Well, and one other thing, Coach, kudos to you. But one thing I want to say to you is, I admire the fact that you would change to the wing tee. Most coaches don't try to do what they do to make their philosophy fit the personnel. And what went through your mind when you changed and decided to run the wing tee?
Well, one thing is, when I think about Cleburne County through the years, that's what I think of as a wing tee. They ran it for years, and these guys I got on staff know what they're doing with it. They know how to coach it. I'm more of a wishbone guy, and I was thinking a little bit of that, but
okay.
But we can sort of marry the two together a little bit. But they do a great job. My coaching staff's done a great job, and they work hard, and they're very knowledgeable on it, and it does fit our personnel better. We just we don't have the kids right now to spread you out, but that's okay because. We feel like it's got to be our identity right now. Our kids have bought into it, and they're working hard, and that's the main thing.
Well, you do what you do, and you do it great.
Thank you.
And Coach, before we let you go, I know still plenty of games left in the regular season, still plenty of region games as well. But how big was it to be able to pick up this win tonight in region play?
Well, sure, it was huge. We're 2-0 now in the region. And this was a big game. But it's like I told these guys right now, I'm very, very happy, but tonight's not going to be the highlight. We've got to keep going, and we got some bigger ones to go, and, we're going to try to do our best to win all of them.
Well, Coach, congratulations once again on the win tonight.
Thank you.
Coach Joby Burns joins us as we'll take the timeout and wrap it up after this.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Wrapping things up here in Heflin this evening for the FNN High School football game of the week as Cleburne County takes care of Munford 37-21, but really the final score that is doesn't indicate just how well Cleburne County dominated in the second half. As we take a look at the game highlights, as B.J. Anderson tosses the first interception of the game, the first turnover to Carter Hughes, who had a huge night tonight, as well as the rest of the Cleburne County offense. As they give it right back away, though, as they drove from the 11 into the Munford red zone and turn it over. But on their next drive, it was Nate Adams scoring his first touchdown of the night to make it 7-0 from 6 yards out. And then this was right before halftime, Eddie. Jake Dingler rushes it in and powers it in, really, from this one from 6 yards out, as he made it a 14-7 score at halftime. So that was the first touchdown of his in the second quarter. This is the third quarter touchdown run that you really liked, Eddie.
Absolutely. He lowered his head, and that's old school football.
And then here's some nifty footwork from Amari Edmondson, who had a big second half statistically for Munford, as he went over 100 yards rushing and had a couple of fourth quarter touchdowns. But not enough of those type of plays for Munford, as you see Carter Hughes here take the handoff and go on about 3 big runs. This one nearly going to the house, as it was A.J. Denson taking him from behind at the 1 yard line. A fumble later, and then here's one of the big plays of the night for Munford as far as the screen pass to Denson from B.J. Anderson, as he takes it inside the 35-yard line, and the stiff arm cost him 5 yards on a face mask. But this was at least one of the many fumbles, actually, as it turned out. 4 lost fumbles for Munford, as Jacob King was able to get the fumble. The penalty brought back the touchdown, but it was Amari Edmondson scoring from 5 yards out, as he actually finished off the night and the scoring with a couple of touchdowns in the fourth quarter. But it was Jake Dingler, Carter Hughes with a couple of touchdowns each, as Cleburne County was able to take a critical region game tonight at home, 37-21. Your final thoughts, Eddie?
Well, I just think that both teams played hard. I think the experience just kind of took over, and Munford has a good young team. They're going to be good, but right now it's Cleburne County's time.
Wrapping it up here in Heflin, we'll have the FNN Coaches Show on Tuesday. Also, we'll have our next FNN High School football game of the week coming up next Friday. 6:30 for the countdown to kickoff. Jacksonville at Ohatchees will be at the Creek Bank. Eddie, yours truly, Jim Jacobs, and our crew for the FNN High School football game of the week. So we'll put a bow on tonight's presentation, thanks to Urban Rustique, as there you see all the excellent folks, the fine folks that make the FNN High School football game of the week possible. So for Jim Jacobs, Coach Eddie Bullock, and the rest of our FNN crew, James Hardy wishing you a good evening, a happy Friday, and a great football weekend coming up, as once again your final, Cleburne County 37 and Munford 21. You've been watching the FNN High School football game of the week, brought to you this week by Urban Rustique.
Nobody covers Alabama high school football like we do. Featuring live reports from experts around the state. Presented by Central Alabama Community College, the Alabama Department of Transportation, Main Street Family Care, Jacksonville State University, Russell Do-It Centers, Southeastern Land Group, Southern Union State Community College, and by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Now, let's get into some football. This is the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome into the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. JJ and Luke with you this Friday night. It is the 5th week of competition, but in AHSAA parlance, this is week 4 because there's a week 0. Luke, how are you?
Doing great. Happy to be here. And, yeah, we're at the halfway point. Unbelievable.
Some surprising stuff out there tonight. Nobody, not a single player or student at Hoover High School was alive the last time they were outside the top 10, and they got the.
Alive? I mean,
well, you're
I'm
older.
50.
You're older than 23, I think. So, but and then tonight it's like, okay, see what they do for the rest of the year. How will they respond? And they got the brake speed off of them tonight.
It was. I mean, it's worse than the score indicated. I think it was 28-7 was the final, and it was 28-0. Actually, I saw that Hoover had a 20-play drive. They come away with nothing, and Hewitt Trustful goes 99 to take the lead 7-0. I mean, just unreal. And, you know, it's just it's hard to swallow. It's because, look, we don't have a dog in the fight, but we've been doing this scoreboard show now past a decade.
Yeah.
And Hoover's always in the mix. And it just hadn't. It's just not materializing.
But it's as true as anything else in life. All things in sports change, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of conversation about a college football team in this state. Are things changing? You know, things tend to peak and then they tend to wane, and those are things that happen. And I bring that up because I was looking through the scores earlier tonight, and there are plenty of close games. Not a whole lot of close games. I saw a lot of games that were shutouts, a lot of games that were maybe bigger margins than you might imagine, and so it's been a little bit surprising. Now we're in the meat of. I'll give you a good example because we're going to talk about this one later. We're in the meat of region play. B.B. Comer is number 1 in 2A, and they're very, very good. Vincent is number 6 in 2A, but they're also very, very good. B.B. Comer beat them 36-0, and B.B. Comer can do that. I mean, they've got some serious players, and we know that from the 2A championship game last year. But you see those kind of variance in scores between teams that are both highly ranked and thought of, and it just catches you off guard sometimes.
Yeah, it really does. And then you see some other scores like Spanish Fort and Theodore 8-3. You don't see that one very often. That one's not on your bingo card. It was 3-2 for the longest time.
Yeah, it was 2-0 at halftime.
Yeah, and Sterling Dixon, one of the stars for Spanish Fort, had gone out of the game with a shoulder injury, and they just couldn't get anything going. And the only points for a little bit were a safety that was intentional grounding in the end zone.
There you go. All right, let's get to scores on the 4s. First one of the night. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, why don't you take 7 down through 4, and then I'll pick it up from there.
Okay, it was Central Phoenix City 55, Jag High School nothing. Central Phoenix City, they're rolling right now. Mary Montgomery 42, Alma Bryant 7. In 5A, it was BC Rain 13, Williamson 2, and Winona 33, Jasper nothing. Finally, in 4A, St. Michael Catholic 42, Satsuma 8.
All right, moving down to 3A, you had Northside Methodist 35, Daleville 34, Winfield 44-18 over Midfield. Class 2A, it was Winston County over Greene County 43-16, and B.B. Comer over Vincent 36-0, as we mentioned. In Class 1A, Alabama School for the Deaf gets a forfeit win over South Carolina School for the Deaf, and it was Lochapoka defeating Notasulga in a defensive struggle 12-6. Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. We got a great lineup of games to talk about tonight. Beauregard and Charles Henderson. There's a big matchup for you. Non-region matchup, but a big matchup. Munford, Cleburne County, we're going to talk about that. Talk about Madison Academy and Danville. Daveville, Walter Welborn. We'll break down all the scores for you. And we're going to talk to Stacy Long later, who is the president of the Alabama Sports Writers Association. If you've ever wondered how they come up with these top tens and Mr. Footballs and all that, we'll talk a lot with Stacy about that a little bit later on. It's all part of this edition of the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Ben Thomas from AL.com will join us next for Inside the AHSAA.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours, Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SDC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
No, wrong! Bring it in, guys! Take a knee! Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give a real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero!
Take a lap! Coke Zero! Real Coke taste!
0 calories!
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our best rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Hello, my name is Dave Milton with Southeastern Land Group. I'd like to tell you a little bit about our company. We sell farmland and timberland in Alabama and the surrounding states. Not only do we have a land sales division, but we also have a timber sales division where we can help you with your timber sales and your timber appraisals. There's 22 of us in our group scattered throughout the southeastern United States. We are a full-service land and timber sales company. We do with farmland, timberland, cattle property, poultry farms. 866-751-LAND. Go to the website, selandgroup.com.
Hey Cougar Nation, it's Coach Gilmer here, reminding you to buckle up on your way home after the game tonight and every time you get in the car. Seatbelts save lives, so buckle up every time. No exceptions. We want to keep Cougar Nation safe and alive, so buckle up, stay safe, and go Cougars.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
And Ben Thomas of AL.com joins us now. Ben, hope you're having a great week so far this week. The weather's improving. We're getting some more mild temperatures. Starting to feel like autumn coming in, right?
Man, it really has felt great this week down where I live. Hope everybody else is doing well. And hard to believe that we're already into what I call week 5. I know the High School Association calls it week 4, but I mean, we're almost halfway through the regular season. It goes quick, doesn't it, JJ?
It really flies by. There were a couple of stories I followed with pretty close interest this week, and one of them that you wrote had to do with the Central Board of Control for the AHSAA rescinding a forfeit for Tuscaloosa County and clarifying a portion of the amateur rule. Tell us the situation and what got clarified, because and if you know, to the extent that you can do it in a fairly short amount of time.
Yeah, well, the situation was that Tuscaloosa County, last week I reported on them, had to forfeit a Week 2 victory over Bessemer City because their school had a tradition of honoring their players of the week with gift cards to, in this case, it was Buffalo Wild Wings. But, you know, a lot of media outlets and stuff have a player of the week in which they may give a gift card to a restaurant or so. So they had given these gift cards. The AHSAA interpreted it to be a violation of the amateur rule, and said they were ineligible. Well, they played in the next week's game, and so Tuscaloosa County forfeited that game. Well, this week the Central Board, I think to its credit, has come back and reviewed that rule and clarified it, and basically said, look, these gift cards, these little food gift cards shouldn't count toward that. So they basically added that rule in, and then rescinded the sanction, which was they didn't have to forfeit the game. The real weird thing about this thing was, JJ, that the gift cards weren't even spent. So really, in my mind, it wouldn't have even been a violation to begin with. But the original interpretation was that it was a violation, but they've come back now and said, and so they clarified two rules. They said that these food gift cards are basically counted as awards and not pay-for-play type thing. And two, if you don't spend them, there's never any violation anyway. So that's what they clarified. Good news for Tuscaloosa County, kind of an unusual step for the High School Association because we're used to them saying, look, a rule's a rule, basically. But in this case, they came back and reviewed it and altered it a little bit.
We talked briefly with Ron Ingram about this a couple of weeks ago, and he made it very clear there is no NIL in the AHSAA. I mean, there is no NIL in that. The amateur rule still stands.
Alvin Briggs, executive director, has had to kind of face that question a lot about as the states around us in high school start easing their rules a little bit about NIL with what was happening in college. And, of course, there's always that question, is if Alabama's going to do it? Well, right now it's against the rules to make money for playing the game.
Another thing I want to talk to you about, here we sit, and for the first time in 23 years, the Hoover Bucks are outside of the top 10. Have we now, I can't believe we're even saying this, entered a rebuilding year for the Hoover Bucks?
Well, they are really young this year. They're starting a bunch of young guys, so I think that's part of it. I think another part of it is they played a pretty tough schedule. They lost to Auburn, who I think is ranked number 3 to begin with. They lost to Oak Grove, Mississippi team, which may have been the best team they played. And then last week they lose to Vestavia, which is another ranked team. Them being out of the poll for the first time, it stepped a 266 poll streak that Hoover had been included in the poll. Goes all the way back to 2000. That, believe it or not, JJ, the first year of the Rush Probst tenure in 1999 was the last time they were unranked until this week. So that just talks about what domination there have been there under Rush Probst and then Josh Niblett and now Coach Walter. I think the main thing is their young team playing a tough schedule. I don't know that it's getting any better tonight when they play Hewitt-Trustful and then next week against Mountain Brook. So there's some rebuilding to do, yes, but I still think we'll see them in the playoffs down the road.
BenThomasAL.com. He covers high school sports there. You can read his stuff there. And, of course, the Friday night blog, Ben, just continues to roll on. Football High Live. We enjoy that, too. Thank you so much for the time, and we'll catch up with you next week.
No problem, JJ. Enjoy the weather this weekend.
Thank you again to Ben Thomas for joining us. There is no NIL in the AHSAA. That was a topic.
Give it time. It's coming 100%. Now, I don't know when it's coming, but it's coming. It is inevitable.
Probably is. All right, let's get to scores on the Forest now. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, you have the 7A top 10.
I do. Top 10 in 7A. It was Thompson staying undefeated, shutting out Chelsea 45-0. Central Phoenix City took care of Jag last night, as I've already mentioned, 55-0. Number 3, Auburn 48, Julian 13. Number 4, Mary Montgomery 42, Alma Bryant 7. That game was also played last night. Number 5, Vestavia Hills, they keep rolling, this time over Spain Park, 26-8. Number 6, Hewitt-Trustful 28, Hoover 7. My goodness, how the mighty have fallen. Number 7, Dothan 66, Smith Station nothing. It was number 8, Enterprise taking care of Rehoboth 52-6. Number 9, Baker with another strong performance behind Josh Flowers, the Mississippi State commitment at quarterback. They take care of Daphne 33-20. And number 10, Sparkman 51, Grissom nothing.
All right, some other scores now from around the 7A classification as Davidson defeats Fairhope 42-10. It was Opelika defeating Prattville 38-13. Tuscaloosa County over Oak Mountain, 24-23. Austin over Albertville, 56-13. And James Clemens over Florence, 14-7. We had a mention of Bob Jones and Huntsville being canceled, so we'll take that under advisement. That is Scores on the Fours. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles with a 90-year-old family recipe. Make sure you look them up in your grocery store and take some home with you this weekend. Coming up here in just a few minutes, we're going to talk to James Hardy, play-by-play voice of the FNN network. He had Cleburne County and Munford tonight. Big battle in 4A Region 4. That is on the way next on the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show.
The Alex City Parks and Rec Department serves the residents of Alexander City with quality facilities and programs designed to positively affect the lives of the citizens. From youth sports programs to adult activities and our senior center, the Alex City Parks and Rec offers services for all ages. The Cooper Rec Center, Lake Winds Golf Course, and the Senior Activity Center are just some of the great features the Alex City Parks and Rec Department provides for the people of Alex City. For more information on any of our programs, call 256-32.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family, good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
Family owned and operated for over 50 years, Miller Funeral Home is committed to providing families with the finest services for their loved ones, including our newest service, Aquamation. Aquamation is a gentle, respectful, and eco-friendly alternative to flame cremation. Miller Funeral Home is the only facility in the state of Alabama that offers the Aquamation service. Call us or visit our website today to learn more about how we can serve you and your loved ones.
Talk to Tim Senn, WTGZ Radio in Auburn, where he is the play-by-play voice for the Beauregard Hornets. Tim, how you doing?
I was better a few hours ago.
Well, those things do happen sometimes. Big top 10 matchup tonight. Obviously, the Hornets come out on the wrong end of it. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, Charles Henderson just, very talented ball team on both sides of the ball. Has some big playmakers on each side, and they were able to take the first drive and work you down the field and get in the end zone pretty quick. And then Beauregard misfired on their first drive with an interception, give them a short field, and they took it in quickly after that. And before the first quarter was over, it was 20-0, and just a tough. Got behind a wall there right at the beginning, and defense stood up after that and shut them out for the next 2.5 quarters. So just could not get anything offensively going.
So Beauregard came out a little flat, it seems. Any reason for that?
Well, offensively, we've had some changes this year. Number one running back, Corey Harbour, out with an ACL injury. Hopefully may get him back toward the end of the year. But and then some quarterback shuffling going on. Starting a freshman who's very talented and doing very well, but having to go up with an inexperienced offensive line just works havoc on him. And had a few bright spots, couple of good drives, but just couldn't get the ball in the end zone.
How does the Beauregard? I mean, obviously you got to get back into region play now. How does Beauregard look moving forward? What's up for the next little bit for the Hornets?
Yeah, going to get a break next week. Have an open week next Friday, and then we'll get into region play on the road with Sylacauga the week after that, and then it'll be Elmore County and Central Clay coming up. Good little run there in the region after the open week.
Let me ask you really quick, Tim. I know South Alabama had a huge victory over Oklahoma State last week. You guys got to be proud of LaDamian Webb because he showed out in that game.
Yeah, sure are, and a lot of people talking about that, and just proud of that young man for sticking it out through a lot of adversity and making some noise down there in South Alabama. Couldn't be prouder for him.
Tim Sin, Tiger 95 WTGZ Radio in Auburn. Thank you so much for joining us.
Guys, thanks for having us, and we'll see you soon.
All right.
Thank you, Tim.
5A number 8, Charles Henderson, over 5A number 9, 35-0 was the final there. It's another one of those I talked about. These are two good football teams. And sometimes when it starts rolling against you, it just goes.
All right, so if you're a coaching staff, I think what you say is, hey, better now than in 5 weeks from now.
Yeah.
You want to – it gives you a chance to work on some things rolling into the playoffs because I think both these teams will be in the playoffs.
And that's not a region game, so it doesn't affect you there, right?
And, again, if you're going to get beaten 35-0, you want to do it in a non-region game in the middle of the season probably.
No doubt. Tim and all of our guests join us on the Southeastern Land Group hotline. Whether you're buying or selling rural land in the Southeast, Southeastern Land Group is the place to start. Visit selandgroup.com. So Beauregard, Charles Henderson looks like they may be a little better than 8.
Although really
5A is one of those wide open ones.
As they say on many of the college message boards, I take these non-region games in the middle of the season with a grade of saw. And because you don't know how these teams are going to approach that.
Yeah. And
I feel like really, right now you would probably, the looks of it, you would certainly want to boost Charles Henderson up. But, come back to me when the playoffs start and let's see how Beauregard responds to this. And I think that will certainly tell the tale. But it's not that these games don't matter, but they are a notch above an NFL preseason game to me.
Right. Well, they certainly, in terms of playoff seeding, they don't.
That's right.
So let's get right into scores on the fours now. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles in the 6A top 10.
All right, 6A. Stop me if you've heard it. Number 1, Saraland shuts out Robertsdale 66-0 behind KJ Lacey, committed to Texas, his 5 touchdown passes. Number 2, Clay Chalkville 39, Center Point 14. It was number 3, Hillcrest 56, and Brookwood 6. Number 4, Parker 41, Glendale 22. Number 5, Muscle Shoals had the week off. Number 6, Hartselle, they take care of Gadsden City, but only by 3, 31-28. Number 7, Mountain Brook was all over Jackson Olin, 49-0, and it could have been worse. They went to 6-minute quarters in the second half. Number 8, Theodore, they lose against Spanish Fort tonight, 8-3 in a slugfest. Number 9, Oxford 40, Pinson Valley 6. And number 10, Helena 35, Pelham 14.
All right, some other scores now from the 6A classification, where Baldwin County defeats Blount 20-13. McGill-Tulane over Murphy 42-0. Carver-Montgomery over Stanhope-Elmore 20-6. Pike Road over Eufaula 48-30. It was Homewood over Benjamin Russell 41-21. Chilton County over Calera 37-3. McAdory over Central Tuscaloosa 42-14. Hueytown defeats Bessemer City 47-0. It was Paul Bryan over Northridge 27-21. Mortimer Jordan 52-6 over Woodlawn. It was Athens over May Jemison 55-35. And Decatur defeats Hazel Green 45-21. When we come back, we will effort again to reach James Hardy of the FNN Network, Friday Night Network, FNNnetwork.com. It's coming up next on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Are you ready for a real education that fits your life? The 24 colleges of the Alabama Community College System offer real degrees in real campus life. Full-time or part-time, there are options for everyone, from adult education and certifications to degree programs and workforce training. Experience real-life education at its best, your version of success in your community on your time. Visit accs.edu and begin your journey at your local community college.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care open 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Alabama Power first generated hydro energy in 1914 at Lay Dam, harnessing the power of water to bring electricity to our state. Today, more than a century later, Lay Dam is one of 14 Alabama Power hydro plants that provides Alabamians clean, reliable, affordable energy with zero emissions. And it's one more way we're helping elevate Alabama.
The taste of the South starts out here. However you roll into work, you can bring the flavor with Jack's Breakfast Catering. Huge scratch-made buttermilk biscuits and hearty breakfast sandwiches, mixed or matched, starting at just $15. Don't forget to add delicious fresh ground Royal Cup coffee and classic breakfast sides, because great work starts with great breakfast. Breakfast catering starting at $15 from Jack's. All about the South.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
It's time for the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week, recognizing outstanding performances on the gridiron. Brought to you by Main Street Family Care. On the offensive side, Cherokee County senior Jacob Corneo became just the third player in the AHSAA to rush for more than 400 yards in this decade when he ran for 420 yards on 26 carries in a 49-21 victory over Oneonta. Our defensive player of the week is Demarion Smith of Abbeville, who led the defense with 17 tackles and an interception as they blanked Geneva County 20-0. And our special teams player of the week is St. John Paul II's kicking team, who recovered 3 onside kicks in the Falcons' 47-28 loss to Westminster Christian. And that's this week's AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show, Players of the Week. Brought to you by Main Street Family Care on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Luke with you as we're just about halfway through this first hour of the program, and we welcome in on the Southeastern Land Group hotline James Hardy of the Friday Night Network, FNNnetwork.com, where he had a 4A Region 4 battle tonight. Cleburne County 37 and Munford 21 the final. James, how are you?
Doing well. Enjoying another high school football Friday here in East Alabama.
Yeah, no question. So tell us about the game. Cleburne County and Munford, you were there. What'd you see?
Well, I saw a lot of physical play tonight. Cleburne County, of course, rolling out the wing tee for the first season, at least under Joby Burns in his fifth season now, and they really dominated, I thought, along the line of scrimmage offensively. And it was 14-7 at halftime, but the third quarter was really the difference maker. That's when Cleburne County scored 16 points to pull away, really, for their margin of victory.
So who starred for both teams this evening?
I would say for Cleburne County, really it was a team effort on offense, but you had Jake Dingler, that's their linebacker, and one of their fullbacks score a couple touchdowns. Carter Hughes, their primary tailback, with a couple touchdowns. And then Amari Edmondson had a pretty solid night, especially in the second half, with a couple of touchdowns. But B.J. Anderson, Munford's starting quarterback, got a little bit banged up in the third quarter, and so Edmondson really kind of played a wildcat quarterback for much of that second half.
So you mentioned that Cleburne County going to the wing tee this year. How's the installation going? That can be there's a lot of fakes in that offense. If people aren't familiar with it, there's a lot of ball fakes and a lot of ball movement in that offense, and it can lead to some messy plays sometimes. It looked like the installation was about right.
Well, I talked with Coach Burns earlier this week, and he said obviously it's been a work in progress for them, but the key, of course, with any offense, but especially the wing tees, the play the offensive line, and they really came to play tonight. Now, they did have a few issues as far as ball security with 4 lost fumbles this evening, but I think if they can get that cleaned up and can especially in their bigger games, can come up with some turnovers of their own, that they certainly could be in some close games with some of the better teams in their region, and especially for tonight with getting a victory over Munford, and probably one of these type of games that could decide the 4th spot in the postseason out of Region 4 in Class 4A. Overall tonight, I'd say was definitely a passing grade for Cleburne County tonight.
Well, great. What do these two have next coming up?
Well, next coming up, it won't get any easier out of region for both of these teams. Cleburne County will be hosting Reeltown at home next week. This is a 3-game homestand for Cleburne County. And then for Munford, they go back home, but they face another physical, maybe even more physical than Cleburne County, and one of the best teams in 4A in Cherokee County.
All right, James Hardy is with us, play-by-play voice for the Friday Night Network at FNNnetwork.com. Really is one of the best produced video presentations of high school football you're going to see anywhere, especially here in the state of Alabama. James, thank you for the time.
My pleasure.
All right, FNNnetwork.com is where you can see James's work each week and really all season long, and then in the off-season, too. They do some great programming over there. Scores on the 4's time, brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, let's jump into 5A.
In 5A, it was Ramsey taking care of Fairfield 28-15. Ramsey, of course, is the top team in 5A. Number 2, Gulf Shores 44, LaFord nothing. Number 3, Central of Clay. My goodness, they're always so good. They win 31-6 over Handley, and Handley's the number 5 team in 4A, by the way. Number 4, Pleasant Grove versus Hayden. We don't have a score there just yet. Number 5, Faith Academy. They lose at Citronelle tonight, 27-10. It was number 6, Moody 28, and Lincoln 3. Number 7, Leeds had the week off. Number 8, Charles Henderson 27, Beauregard nothing. We just talked about that a minute ago.
It actually finished at 35-0.
35-0, okay. And number 10, UMS Wright, they lose at Viger 31-9, although very little shame when you ever lose to Viger.
Correct. In other scores around 5A, it was BC Rain over Williamson 13-2. What's up with the safeties down in South Alabama?
A lot of safeties tonight.
Navarre, Florida beats Carroll 49-28. It was Tallahassee over Marbury 50-34. Trinity Presbyterian over Sylacauga 53-21 or 55-21. Springville over Alexandria 49-21. It was Scottsboro over Arab 28-14. Lawrence County shuts out AP Brewer 23-0. And we have Fairview over West Point 42-14. Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles with a 90-year-old family recipe available in a store near you. Coming up, we're going to have to choose a game of the week. Russell Dewitt Center Game of the Week is next on the AHSAA Radio Network. U-Save Auto Rental of Alex City has moved to 1185 Cherokee Road across from the Cherokee Pure. Our new offices are open, and at U-Save, we're putting you back into auto rental with personalized local service and the best rates in town. Whether your vehicle's in the shop or business or vacation travel, U-Save has you covered with a large fleet of cars, SUVs, and vans. When you need a rental, call or visit U-Save on Cherokee Road, where they
Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship, plus they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
Your neighborhood Grub Mart is your one-stop shop for everything you need when you're on the go. Grub Mart features the best prices on Coke and Pepsi products and is the home to the 99-cent bag of ice every day. And Grub Mart is your exclusive home for the popcorn bucket. Purchase yours for only $5.99, then bring it for free refills throughout the year. And save every day with your Grub Mart Super Saver Card. When you're on the go, it's good to know Grub Mart has everything you need. Gas, diesel, and delicious Oleo donuts. In business over 78 years, visit your local Grub Mart today.
Personal best 14 minutes 40.85 seconds at the Southern Showcase Cross Country Championships at John Hunt Park in Huntsville last week. shaving nearly 4 seconds off the time he ran 2 weeks earlier at the Scottsboro Invitational. Edgeworth's time is 6 seconds faster than the state meet record of 14 minutes 46.63 delivered by Auburn's Maxwell Harden to cap the 2022 season. Congratulations to Cold Springs High School senior Ethan Edgeworth. And that's this edition of This Week in the AHSAA. News and notes from around Alabama high school athletics. Brought to you by Jacksonville State University, the friendliest campus in the South. Visit jsu.edu.
76% of nurses say they went into the profession because they wanted to help patients. No matter the reason you decided to become a nurse, you have all the tools needed to advance your degree at Jacksonville State University. Our Master's in Nursing program is now offered fully online and can be completed in less than 2 years. You can customize a flexible course schedule so you can receive your advanced education degree all while working on the front line. JSU Nursing, your opportunity to advance your career and serve your community.
Russell Do-It Center and building supply stores have the tools and materials to get the job done right, whether you're a professional contractor or just a weekend do-it-yourselfer. With everyday customer conveniences like a drive-through lumberyard, price match promise, and our Best Rewards program, each of our 9 locations offer top brands and building materials like lumber, hardware, tools, paint, lawn and garden, and much more. Visit today and see what Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply can help you build tomorrow.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. Jay and Luke with you as we cruise along now, looking at high school scores of games from around the state. And Luke, I don't know, based on the scores we've seen so far, this is where we pick our Russell Do-It Center Game of the Week or Games of the Week. It's brought to you by Russell Do-It Center, the AHSAA Radio Network, built by Russell Do-It Center for all of your construction needs or, whatever you're building. They're the ones that are going to take care of you. So do you see, is anything jumping out at you?
I'm sort of going to go old school. How about Theodore and Spanish Fort?
Yeah.
I mean, 8-3.
8-3.
And it was 3-2 for the longest time. Shades of Auburn and Mississippi State from, was that 03?
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. I'll tell you, it's one of those things that I'll always remember it because I was actually at the Southern Cal Ohio State game at the Coliseum for no good reason.
Yeah.
But I was there, and I remember trying to follow it on my phone going, something's wrong on my phone. There's no way this score is right. I mean, what does Auburn have 2 batters on?
Look, I remember watching that game, and the thing was, it wasn't like 2 great defenses that couldn't do anything. It was 2 inept offenses.
2 putrid offenses.
Yeah, I mean, it was bad. Now, all right, I'm leaning in that direction, but a different game.
Okay.
I love defensive struggles anyway. And I love teams that are very familiar with each other. They're very close by to each other. They play each other a lot, usually breeds for some contempt in there and usually hard hitting and that sort of thing. So I'm going to go to one from last night. Lochapoka 12, Notasulga 6. I'm going to go to that one. Let's go a little 1A small school.
I like it.
Rivalry type thing. I mean, they're right next to each other. You throw a rock and hit the other one. So Lochapoka
and sometimes they do throw rocks.
Well, I would bet you anything it's happened.
Well, here's the thing. We call the state championships every year. You and I usually get somewhere 1A to 3A, somewhere in there. And dare I say, there are no more intense games than those. Now, the crowds aren't as big. I get it. There are not as many future college stars on the teams. I get it. Intensity is there.
The intensity is there, and here's the other thing, too. Because you're not as loaded down with top-tier talent, there's a lot of coaching that goes on at that level, too. Who's able to impose their game plan, right?
That's right.
Which is always kind of a fun thing to watch. That's our Russell Do-It Center Games of the Week here on the AHSAA Radio Network, and let's jump right in to Scores on the 4s. Brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, take us into 4A.
Number 1, Andalusia, 63, Montgomery Academy, 19. Then we got a trio of shutouts. Number 2, Cherokee County, 55, Hansville, nothing. Number 3, Montgomery Catholic, 49, Geneva, nothing. Number 4, Jackson, 35. Number 9, Bayside Academy, nothing. And then there's number 5, Hanley, who loses to Central Clay County. But again, no shame in this, 31-6. Number 6, West Morgan, 51, Rogers, nothing. And number 7, Jacksonville, 51, Talladega, nothing. My goodness. Number 8, Bibb County, 42, Sipsey Valley, 20. Number 10, Aniana, 37, Fultondale, 28.
All right, let's get to some other scores now from around the 4A classification, where it was T.R. Miller 27-14 over Orange Beach. Escambia County 41-20 over Wilcox Central. Bullock County over Dale County 31-14. Booker T. Washington over Slocum 43-6. American Christian over Hale County 29-6. It was Holt over Dallas County 28-12. West Blockton over Montevallo 10-7. It was Cleburne County over Munford, a game we talked about, 37-21. Cordova over Hamilton 42-28. Oak Grove over Curry 62-0. Corner over Dora 21-14. Haleyville over Northside 20-17. Etowah over Good Hope 28-21. It was Deschler over Wilson, 70-8. West Limestone over East Lawrence 55-8. Madison County over DAR 54-8. South Pittsburgh, Tennessee defeats North Jackson 62-0. Priceville over New Hope 36-14. And Westminster Christian over Randolph 35-34. Scores on the fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Hang in there. We're going to come back, talk to one of our favorite analysts, Steve Moulton of 97.7 The Zone in Huntsville. Joins us next.
Hey everybody, this is Alvin Briggs here. Just like on the field on Friday night, safety is the key behind the wheel. Remember, distracted drivers is one of the main contributors to car crashes. Stay focused, keep your eye on the road, put your phones away, drive smart, drive safe.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Encore Sports Medicine.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid. Main Street Family Care open 7 days a week. Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Inspired by the bold bison, Southern Union students blaze new trails every single day. They press forward knowing their SU education will lead them to success. Affordable, accessible, and locally unparalleled. Whether you're transitioning to a university or launching straight into a lucrative career, a degree from SU SEC can help you blaze your path. 3 locations, dedicated faculty and staff, endless possibilities. It's all waiting for you at Southern Union. It's time to venture forward. Register today.
Welcome back to the AHSAA Radio Network Scoreboard Show as we go back now to the Southeastern Land Group Hotline, where we're going to talk to one of our favorite analysts, Steve Moulton, 97.7 The Zone in Huntsville, where he's the play-by-play voice of the Madison Academy Mustangs. They are 3A number 4, and they are ranked there for a reason. Tonight they were all over Danville, 62-13. Steve, how are you?
I'm doing really well. I hope you guys are doing well. Boy, I tell you, the weather feels like football. At week 0 was kind of hard on us big folks, so I'm really glad that the weather has turned the way it has.
Absolutely. Listen, Madison Academy all over Danville tonight, 62-13. It was one of those things where it was out of control at halftime, so you get the running clock. But give us just a quick breakdown of what happened there, and then we'll talk more about the Mustangs.
Well, honestly, the Madison Academy was coming off of a bye week, and J.B. Pennington kind of gave the Mustangs, I think, a wake-up call, winning that game. The previous game, that was 26-21 when they were just kind of hanging on. There was some injuries as well, and the team is healthier now, I'm happy to report, but they took care of business. The offensive line held up really well. Ken Cherry scored twice in the first quarter. And Ken Cherry has been just kind of toting the mail for us. He has 10 touchdowns on the ground through 4 games. And it's pretty equal, guys. There's guys on the defensive side of the football as well as the offensive side. I'm sure you know about A.J. Rice. He is the verbal commit to play at Mississippi State right now, but there's a lot of speed on this team as well. Jackson Reese is a very fast individual, so is Solano Thomas, and it's very equal across, and there's a lot of good leaders on this Madison Academy club, and it was 35-0. To talk more about tonight, it was 35-0 at the end of the first quarter, 62-0 by the end of the second quarter, and as you mentioned, the running clock and the win for the Mustangs.
So talk about some of the other potential prospects on this team. You know, you say they've got one committed to Mississippi State, and they always seem to have somebody or several somebodies lined up to play at the next level.
Well, one guy that really catches my eye is a tailback, and that's Josh Williams. And Josh, he's number 19, and he plays on both sides, and he is somebody that is just has a nose for the football, always is in the right place at the right time, and at least from the coaching staff, tells me that he's very coachable as well. He is somebody to keep an eye on as well. Defensive line-wise, boy, we were without DeMarcus Peoples tonight, and I'm not sure how long he's going to be out, but DeMarcus is somebody to keep an eye on as well, because he can be a wrecker in the backfield as well, and can be a high-level player. Offensive line, Austin Chambers is someone who anchors that a good bit for us, and that is another person to keep an eye on as well. But it's very balanced, and yes, there are some stars on this team, but it's very balanced from the lines to the edge players as well.
You know, when you talk about Madison Academy and a halfback, and I immediately have flashbacks to calling the I guess it was Super 6 at the time, Kerryon Johnson games, because that guy could run.
Oh, yeah, he's okay. To know that he is now on the staff at UNA just kind of ages us all right now.
Yeah,
right?
That's
I wish
crazy.
you hadn't said that.
All right, so let's talk about Madison Academy this year. Ranked number 4 in 3A. Are you looking at this team, and are you starting it, because we're about the midpoint of the season, are you starting to feel like this team is going to hit its stride in the second half? Is this going to be one of those teams that just gets better and better as the season wears on?
So I'm of the opinion that there's kind of 3 players that stir the drink a little bit. A.J. Rice is the first guy. Now, we're always like, every team is 1 or 2 injuries away of having a completely different season. But I really think if 2, 5, and 10 are stay healthy, that's A.J. Rice, that's Ken Cherry, and that's Jackson Reese. And I haven't really talked about Jackson, but he is also the Mustangs punter as well. He's dynamic at the kickoff return. He had a kickoff return in the Jamboree game against East Limestone. He is somebody to keep an eye on as well. Is a 2-sport player on track and field as well to keep an eye on. So if those 3 players can stay healthy, and there's a lot of other glue guys, but those are the 3 players to keep a close eye on.
Steve, before we let you go, the Zone, one of the best sports stations in the state. I know you do a lot more than call Madison Academy football. Why don't you tell us about you and your station, what you guys do?
I appreciate that. I co-host a show in the afternoon with some guy named Wes Neighbors, and no, I'm not talking about the secondary coach in Oxford at Ole Miss. That's Wes's son who coaches the secondary there for the Ole Miss Rebels. I hear they're playing somewhere in the state tomorrow. Anyway, we host a show weekday afternoons from 5 to 7. Be sure, if you'd like to, you can also download our app as well. Just search 977 ESPN and give us a listen. We'd appreciate you calling in.
All right. Steve Moulton, 97.7 The Zone in Huntsville. Thanks so much for the time.
No problem. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Let's get right back in the scores on the 4s. And speaking of 3A, let's jump right to it.
All right. I got bad news if you thought Elkmont had a chance to stay within, 75 points of Mars Hill Bible tonight. 76-0 Mars Hill Bible, number 1 team in 3A, and they prove it 76-0 over Elkmont. My goodness. Number 2, Mobile Christian 57, Monroe County 8. It was number 3, St. James 49, Southside Selma 48. Now, I want to change my game of the week.
Yeah, 59-48.
Number 4, Madison Academy 62, Danville 13. Number 5, Gordo takes care of Tarrant 48-20. Number 6, Houston Academy defeats New Brockton 40-12. It was number 7, number 8, Sylvania taking care of number 7, Geraldine 37-16. Number 9, Strawn 17, Ashford 13, and number 10, Thomasville 44-0 over Cottage Hill Christian.
All right, getting into some other scores now around the 3A classification. Flemington over Excel 27-20. It was Pike County losing to Opp 22-13. Prattville Christian shuts out Greensboro 34-0. Alabama Christian over Sumter Central 49-18. It was Childersburg over Sachs, 42-31. Walter Welborn defeats Dadeville, 21-12. It was Randolph County over Weaver, 46-29. Oakman over Carbon Hill, 42-0. Plainview over Glencoe, 35-7. Hoax Bluff over Westbrook Christian, 47-21. Ohatchee over Piedmont, 38-21. J.B. Pennington over Asbury, 56-3. It was Susan Moore over Vinemont, 35-16. Lauderdale County over Colbert County, 42-0, and Clements over Colbert Heights, 50-37. We'll be back with Mickey Shadricks and talk about last night's game coming up next.
Lay your best to rest, call the best, Lewis Pest Control.
Lewis Pest Control is now serving Alexander City and the entire Lake Martin area. They've been family owned and operated for over 60 years. Whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, Lewis has environmentally safe products for all your pest control needs. Lewis Pest Control.
Lay your best to rest, call the...
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team help you win on the water.
Get the look of summer year-round at Sunkissed Tanning in Alexandria. Life's an adventure. Adjust as you go. It's the time of year when your schedule is busier than ever. You'll find level 4 bronzing beds, spray tanning, or a tanning booth to meet all your tanning needs. Refer 3 friends and get a free visit. With school back in, maintain your summer color with a full line of enhancer lotions. You'll also find extended hours during the season. Call 256-403-6014 or follow us on Instagram and Facebook for special offers. Sunkissed Tanning, Suite E in the shopping center next to Foodland in Alexandria.
Hey, this is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
For local and long-distance 24-hour towing or paint and body shop work at affordable prices, call David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive in Jacksonville. You want excellent customer service? You always get quality workmanship. Plus, they're insured, licensed, and bonded. Here's the number, 256-435-7083. Located at 1116 Alexandria Road Southwest in Jacksonville. Steve Rayburn at David's Wrecker Service and Rayburn's Automotive wishes good luck to all our area teams.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
Recap last night's game. And, Mickey, I don't know about you, but I get all excited when I get a 1 versus 6 matchup. I got a top 10 matchup, but B.B. Comer 36, number 6, Vincent nothing. Comer just dominated this one.
Yeah, they did. And going in, it had all the marquee value that you want from a game on paper, at least, because these two teams were two of the top teams in this 2A classification a year ago, and everyone knows about B.B. Comer's incredible run to the Super 7. And then this year, they were kind of started off right where they left off last year. They were 4-0 coming in. They were both averaging right at 40 points a game, both only giving up about 8 a game. So it looked on paper like a great matchup, but the way it played out, clearly B.B. Comer giving notice around the state of Alabama when it comes to Class 2A. They are the real deal again this year.
Yeah, and they're so explosive. Tell us about some of their weapons. How do they make things happen, so to speak?
Well, I was talking with my partner last night after the game, Caleb Brooks, and I was just saying from my observation, and I saw the game last year. I didn't do the game, the 2A game, but I did watch the game. And to me, the difference between B.B. Comer and Vincent last night, and not to dumb it down too much, but it really was two guys, and I call them H&H, Harvey and Harris, Devin Harris and Kamari, or I should say Devin Harvey and Kamari Harris. Those two young men, they could play for any team in any classification. That's how good they are, and in a B.B. Comer uniform is what made that game so lopsided. The quarterback Harvey, he was involved in 4 of B.B. Comer's first 5 touchdowns, which came on their first 5 possessions. They didn't even punt until the fourth quarter when the game was over. And then Kamari Harris is just, if you're familiar with his team from last year, you know what kind of player he is. He looks the part. When he gets off the bus, as coaches say, he passes the eye test, but he does more than that when he puts the uniform on. He's 6'2", 230, and he's just a force. And Vincent did not have an answer for either one of those guys last night, and that's why they lost the game the way they did.
I had a chance to call that Super 7 game last year for the radio network, and you're right, Kamari is a fabulous, fabulous player. Also, and this is something I'm sure that has continued on into this year, something that I watched with B.B. Comer last year. If you watch the way they play team defense, everybody gets to the ball, and while they may not, they're 2A schools, so they don't have the biggest guys in the state, but everybody gets to the ball so fast.
Yeah, and they love football too, because if you watch the game, you notice toward the end, and really, to give Vincent their due, they had opportunities in the first half. They had a couple of fourth down opportunities in B.B. Comer territory that, had they converted, that game could have taken on a completely different look. But it was just very difficult to sustain drives against this defense you're talking about. It's one thing to go from your 20 to their 20, but to finish the drive, get points, get in the end zone, that was just something that they couldn't do last night. And even in the fourth quarter, when Vincent wanted to score some points, they didn't want to have that goose egg left on the scoreboard. You had B.B. Comer's starters in there protecting that lead in the fourth quarter. Of course, you're a B.B. Comer fan, you're just hoping no one gets hurt. But, they're a small 2A school. It's not like they have, they can go 3 and 4 deep and just put all kind of guys in the game. But I do think they showed a lot of pride and a lot of love of the game, that they wanted to protect that shutout last night, and they got it.
Both of these teams, I'm sure we're going to see in the playoffs, and I'm sure that Vincent would love another opportunity to take on B.B. Comer and try to turn that score around. Mickey Shadrix is with us, play-by-play voice for the AHSAA TV network, WOTM Game of the Week. Mickey, we thank you so much for your time. You do a great job on the call, and we'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks a lot.
That game goes to show you, and we saw Comer last year, when they get rolling, they can put up points in a hurry.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. That's just what they do.
Yeah, they score a lot. Luke, you have the 2A. Let's get back into scores on the 4s.
All right, number 1, B.B. Comer. Speaking of them, they defeat number 6 Vincent 36-0. It was number 2 Highland Home 49, Horseshoe Bend 10. Number 3 Pisgah 46, Nider 16. Number 4 Fife. It seems weird to call them.
Yeah, number 4. Yeah.
Number 4 Fife 63, Section nothing. It seems like they're upset about it. Number 5 Reeltown 47, Barber County 8. Number 7, Tuscaloosa Academy 35, Lamar County 52. My goodness. Number 8, Luverne, they defeat Lynette 18-6. Number 9, Sulligent 49, Aliceville 30. And number 10, St. Luke's 12-8 over JU Blackshear.
All right, some other scores now from around 2A tonight. Chickasaw defeats Francis Marion 26-14. Wicksburg over Abbeville 35-6. Cottonwood over Sampson 47-0. GW Long over Geneva County 37-0. Ayrton over Zion Chapel 35-0. It was Goshen over Lafayette 34-0. Thorsby over Central Coosa 20-14. Isabella over Fayetteville 67-33. Ramburn over Woodland 28-7. West End over Gaston 53-16. Locust Fork over Cold Springs 56-8. Pleasant Valley over Cleveland 21-16. Southeastern over Holly Pond 35-6. Collinsville over Sandrock 59-14. North Sand Mountain over Whitesburg Christian 42-26. It was Hatton over Falkville 28-14. Red Bay over Belmont, Mississippi 14-6. And Tanner over Sheffield 48-14. Lexington defeats Tharptown 77-6. Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. When we come back, we're going back to 3A. Going to talk about Dadeville and Walter Welborn up next.
$500 over invoice now at Tony Serra Ford. Every new Ford on the lot, $500 over invoice when you trade and finance with Tony Serra Ford, plus 3.9% financing for 72 months. Save thousands on new F-150s and more, all backed by Serra's lifetime warranty. No charge. Every new Ford, $500 over invoice at Tony Serra Ford.
This is Kayla Tenney with Really Real Real Estate, serving Calhoun and surrounding areas. I am your local agent here supporting your local community, and I am a proud sponsor of the Friday Night Network. I am so excited to get to watch all the local athletes on Friday nights from the sidelines. To all of our band members, football players, cheerleaders, and coaches, good luck and have a great and safe season.
At Family Prosthetic and Medical Supply, we put you first. With more than 15 years' experience, our family-owned business provides a range of services such as custom prosthetics, sports bracing, diabetic shoes, and mobility. We are located centrally in Alexandria, Alabama. Give us a call today to set up a free evaluation appointment. Also, ask about home delivery.
That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden were paid $10 million in bribes.
The floodgates are literally open here.
Mike Rogers is standing up to crooked Joe Biden in D.C. Mike Rogers is our way of fighting back.
Today's real estate market requires expertise to navigate the buying and selling of property. You need a realtor that looks at you like family and not a dollar sign. If you've been thinking about buying, selling, or investing in real estate, contact the trusted agent, Alan Ray. He can educate you and walk you through the process from start to finish. And Alan Ray is here for support after the sale. His customers have access to him years later. You're more than a number, and you should be treated that way. And you are with Realtor Alan Ray.
In Alabama, school spirit is in the air on Friday nights. At Farmers and Merchants Bank, we're giving our customers the opportunity to show their school spirit every day with our new Spirit debit card. We've designed a unique card for every Calhoun County school that includes the school's logo. So every time you use the card, you're showing your school spirit. Come in and get your school spirit debit card today. We've got spirit at FNN Bank. Service, solutions, and strength. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Where he's part of the play-by-play crew for the Dadeville Tigers as they took on Walter Wellborn tonight. Big 3A Region 4 matchup. And Caleb, I know disappointing home loss for Dadeville. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is a region that Dadeville has kind of dominated the last couple of years now, and now their first region loss in this region since this region formed last season, and had a 6-0 lead at halftime. Played really well defensively in the first half, but Dadeville, they lost a really good senior group last year, and so just not as much depth on this team as they've had in the past, and a lot more guys having to play both ways, and it really kind of caught up to them in the second half, and credit to Walter Wellborn. They just kind of kept doing what they do all night, which is kind of running really the double wing, got a bunch of different formations, and just kind of kept leaning on Dadeville, and then once fourth quarter came around, just Dadeville started missing a lot of tackles, and Walter Wellborn just kept running the football and was able to take advantage of it and ended up winning 21-12.
Yeah, so it seems like that offense really frustrated Dadeville and that's what can happen. I think if you run that wing T type offense, you can, if you just stick with it, I think eventually you're hoping the opponent will wear down, and that sounds like just what happened.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and Dadeville kind of runs the same offense themselves. And, the biggest difference in tonight's ball game was Walter Wellborn was just a lot bigger than Dadeville was, especially up front. Their offensive line was a lot bigger than Dadeville's. Dadeville's a very undersized group. They're quick. They play very hard, and they come off the ball fast, and they can get out and their speed sweeps are very successful because they can get out and run in front of them, but they weren't able to find a lot of success running the ball between the tackles. And then just as the night went on, you kind of tell the size of Walter Wellborn really started to wear on Dadeville a little bit, and that added to them getting tired. And, that was really just the biggest difference between the two teams. Two very similar teams, similar athletes on both teams, but Wellborn was just a lot bigger than Dadeville was, and that kind of ended up being what really led to them winning the football game, in my opinion.
Caleb, you mentioned the lack of depth at Dadeville. That's one of those things that I don't know that there's a lot of cures for, other than maybe trying to develop some younger guys during the season that can give you a few minutes here and there. How do you approach that for the season going forward?
Yeah, I mean, that's, kind of the only way they can do it. It was a big senior group a year ago for Dadeville, and they dominated a lot of games. It went 10-0, and so that allowed for this group that's playing now to get a lot of those reps and get to play in a lot of games. And so, from an experience standpoint, a lot of these guys have played, but there's just not as many of them this year. And I don't know if there's as many young guys that are ready to play as there has been in the past. And, Dadeville is young in certain spots. Like at running back, they don't have a senior back there. They've got a junior in Jay Burns, and then they've got a sophomore and a freshman behind him that are getting a majority of the carries. And they got a junior at quarterback, and so it's just, still a little young team for Dadeville as well that's playing in a lot of these starting positions. And I think the more they play, the more they gain some experience, the better off they're going to be as the season goes on. I mean, we saw B.B. Comer last night and saw how good they're the best team in 2A for a reason, and Dadeville hung with them, and it took a late score from B.B. Comer to pull away from them. So, that shows you how good this Dadeville team is. They can still go and compete in this classification.
Caleb Brooks, WAXC TV3, where he's part of the broadcast team for the Dadeville Tigers. Once again, Walter Wellborn in 3A Region 4 defeats Dadeville tonight, 21-12, the final there. Caleb, thank you for the time.
Yes, sir, no problem.
All right.
Thank you, Caleb.
One thing interesting about Dadeville, Dadeville's been through a couple of different periods here over the life of this scoreboard show. They were a run-heavy team, and then they were a spread team for a number of years, and then Richard White retires, and Roger McDonald comes in, puts that I formation offense in, and now they're back to heavy run. But it's been very successful for the last couple of years.
Yeah, it has. And look, it's been a great program, and they just need, maybe the new version of Anthony Jr.
It wouldn't be bad. Let's get into scores on the 4. It's brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Luke, 1A.
In 1A, it was number 1, Leroy, having the week off, as well as number 2, Elba. They also had the week off. Number 3, Pickens County. They lose to South Lamar 21-20. Number 4, Sweetwater. They win a forfeit game over A.L. Johnson, so technically it goes down as a 1-0 win. Number 5, Milry 50, Choctaw County 16. It was number 6, Lochapoka taking care of Notasulga. That game was last night, 12-6. Number 7, Coosa Christian. They keep rolling along, 35-0 over Valley Head. Number 8, Lynn, 47-0 over Holy Spirit. Number 9, Wadley, they take care of Raglan, 32-6. And number 10, Brantley squeaks out a win over Kinston, 30-27.
Some other scores now from around 1A, where we had Southern Choctaw over McIntosh, 36-21. Florala over Pleasant Home, 60-6. Georgiana over Houston County, 8-0. It was McKenzie over Red Level, 40-19. Keith over Marengo, 36-8. Billingsley over Otagoville, 42-12. Maplesville over Calhoun, 60-7. Central Hayneville, 28. Verbena, 20. Marion County, 54-27 over Berry. It was Victory Christian, 27. Donahoe, 13. Spring Garden over Winterboro, 15-6. Decatur Heritage over Cedar Bluff, 13-7. Appalachian over Galesville, 13-0. Shoals Christian over Cherokee, 16-12. Hackleburg over Hubbardville, 32-21. Meek over Phillips, 72-16. Woodville over Vina, 51-16. And Addison defeats Waterloo, 51-20. Scores on the 4s is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. When we come back, we'll have our weekly recruiting segment with John Garcia Jr. of Rivals.com. That's next on the AHSAA Radio Network.
Hey, it's Brett Pritchard, and I'm here to tell you all about Sims Foods, who you know better as Wickles Pickles. Wickles Pickles, that 90-year-old recipe, wickedly delicious. Relish, okra, and pickles. From Saturday sandwiches, tailgate snacks, to holiday dinners with your family and friends. From their family to yours. Wickles Pickles, those wickedly delicious pickles.
Wickles Pickles, wickedly delicious pickles.
Passion, the obsession that burns within. Determination, the burning desire to make it. Drive, the motivation to be the absolute best. Skills, the tools to perform at the highest level. Excellence, the feeling of achievement. At Central Alabama Community College, you can release your passion, show your determination, display your drive, and showcase your skills to achieve excellence. Central Alabama Community College, central to you, central to your success.
I wish that people got less excited about celebrities and more excited about people like teachers and firemen. You know, folks who make a difference every day. Well, I bet you had a favorite teacher or a family member who was helped by a first responder. Life Insurance offers these everyday heroes a little something extra, like discounts to help those who help others.
If you're a teacher, preacher, first responder, active military, a state or federal employee, see what Alpha can do for you.
Hey Tiger Nation, it's Coach Etheridge here, reminding you to buckle up on your way home after the game tonight and every time you get in a car. Seatbelts save lives, so buckle up every time, no exceptions. We want to keep the Tiger Nation strong.
This has been a message from the Alabama Department of Transportation with Drive Safe Alabama, reminding everyone to always buckle up to and from the games and don't text and drive.
Take a knee. Let's go over this again. Who starts off with a real Coke taste? Coca-Cola! And then Coca-Cola pitches the real Coke taste to who? Coca-Cola! How is Coca-Cola going to give real Coke taste to itself? Take a lap, genius! Coca-Cola takes a snap and then pitches the real Coke taste to Coke Zero running up on the right. You got it? Yeah! At that point, we fake punt the real Coke taste. Who fakes the punt?
Coke Zero.
Take a lap! Coke Zero. Real Coke taste. 0 calorie.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Main Street Family Care offers a wide array of services that allows them to treat many conditions, and they also offer primary care. In addition to these services, they also offer DOT physical exams, lab testing, sports physicals, and vaccines. They accept most major insurance plans, including Medicaid, Main Street Family Care, open 7 days a week.
Main Street Family Urgent Care. Heal better, feel better fast.
Welcome back to the AHSA Radio Network Scoreboard Show. We are continuing our look at high school football around the state of Alabama tonight, and we're going to step into our recruiting segment now with John Garcia Jr. of Rivals.com. John, first of all, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing well.
Good.
It's the middle of football season, running around, head on our swivels, so can't complain.
Keep your head on a swivel is always a good idea. All right, let's before we get kind of into some of the more recognizable names, I want to ask you about one we talked about earlier in the show. I want to drop down to a lower classification. We were talking to somebody about Madison Academy and their back, A.J. Rice, who's a Mississippi State commitment. And anytime I think Madison Academy and running backs, I go to Kerryon Johnson. What do you know about A.J. Rice?
Yeah, AJ's got one of these kind of late bloomers, unlike Kerryon Johnson, who I think as a freshman was like a state title game MVP.
Right.
But he's one who's blossomed. And if you watch Mississippi State post Mike Leach, they want to run the football. So he's got some physicality to his game, and I think he's going to fit that classic, almost old-school SEC mold as Mississippi State sort of transforms its identity. So I think that's a nice fit, and you wonder with a big season, could someone else come calling and maybe challenge the Bulldogs closer to signing day?
All right, so we're about halfway through the high school season now, John. Who has really performed the way you thought they would, maybe who has really shot up the charts in terms of the state of Alabama?
You know, I think obviously, the big boys are the big boys, but within those programs, I think some players have stepped up, and I think one who had strong expectations but maybe has outshot them is probably Cam Coleman, the Texas A&M commitment from Central Phoenix City, arguably the top player in the state of Alabama, just kind of continues to impress. I think he had 3 touchdowns last night for the Red Devils. Not just a flash in the pan. I think he's a complete wide receiver who's kind of getting better from a polish standpoint every day. So he's one who I think continues to rise up the ranks pretty much everywhere.
So do you think he ends up staying with his Texas A&M commitment?
That's going to be a great question. I know he's going to visit Auburn, the local program. Florida State are in there. And look, Colorado, a school that a lot of Alabamians and Floridans and Georgians are all flocking to as Deion Sanders recruits and prioritizes the South. Colorado's a school Cam has mentioned here recently. So it will be close for Texas A&M, but obviously they're going to get him on campus again as well.
John, when Bill McCartney built that Colorado program in the early 90s, it was so good, late 80s, early 90s, he recruited a lot in California. He kind of built that recruiting base off of California. How hard is it in a place like Colorado, even for someone with a celebrity image like Deion Sanders, to recruit the Deep South to Colorado?
I actually think he's doing better with some of those prospects than some of the more geographically friendly ones to Colorado. I think Deion's ties to Florida and Georgia, both personally and professionally, are helping him create inroads, and it's just such a flash program that kids want to go out and see it. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many kids have initiated the recruitment of themselves with Colorado as opposed to Colorado reaching out first. So they're an it program, and kids want to go out there and at least check it out. So I think they're going to have a good opportunity to capitalize on it. But, of course, this is something that has to be sustained, and it's in it for the long haul. And they actually have a small recruiting class at this point. So maintaining that, like you said, won't be easy.
Yeah, I was going to say they only have 9 commitments, and they're number 72 in the Rivals rankings, just behind Army and just ahead of Colorado State. But with only 9 commitments, if what it sounds like they may be doing is, hey, let's get this season going. Let's get a few more of these big wins under our belt. Then all of a sudden we can go for the big fish.
Right, and they've been so transfer portal reliant, you wonder how much they want to deviate from that. So they might actually be ultra selective with high school prospects, just knowing almost by default that they're going to hit the portal incredibly hard at the end of this year and then going into next spring. So high school recruiting will be a complement to the portal and kind of what they've built out there. But who knows, depending on how the rest of the season.
If you love recruiting, he's a great guy to read. John, tell him where to read your stuff.
Yeah, real simple, Rivals.com. Click on your favorite college team, and there's probably a free trial for you to check out. So Rivals.com.
There you go. John Garcia Jr., thank you so much for the time.
Thank you.
See you, John.
He has the best glamour shot of any of our guests, too.
Of any of our hosts.
Of any of our hosts, too. It's like the professional thing with the black background. It's sleek, man. It looks good. Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. Let's run back through the top 10s again. You have 7A, Luke.
7A was number 1, Thompson. They just keep rolling. They defeated Chelsea 45-0. It was number 2, Central Phoenix City 55-0 over Jag. That game was played last night. Number 3, Auburn 48, Julian 13. Number 4, Mary Montgomery 42, Alma Bryant 7. That game was also played last night. It was number 5, Estavia Hills taking care of Spain Park 26-8. And number 6, Hewitt Trustful 28, Hoover 7. Hoover drops to 1-4. That's one of the biggest stories of the night to me. It was number 7, Dothan over Smith Station 66-0. And number 8, Enterprise had no problem with Rehoboth 52-6. Number 9, Baker, they defeat Daphne 33-20. And number 10, Sparkman shuts out Grissom 51-0.
In the 6A top 10, it was number 1, Saraland 66-0 over Robertsdale. Number 2, Clay Chalkville takes down Center Point 39-14. Number 3, Hillcrest Tuscaloosa 56, Brookwood 6. Number 4, Parker defeats Gardendale 41-22. Number 5, Muscle Shoals had the night off. Number 6, Hartselle 31-28 over Gadsden City. Number 7, Mountain Brook 49-0 over Jackson Olin. Number 8, Theodore, they are defeated by Spanish Fort in a final of 8-3. Don't see those scores often much anymore. Number 9, Oxford 40, Pinson Valley 6. And number 10, Helena 35-14 over Pelham. Scores on the Fours is brought to you by Wickedly Delicious Wickles Pickles. When we come back in just a few moments, we'll be joined by Stacy Long of the Alabama Sports Writers Association. He's the president there. We'll talk about a whole lot of issues. That's coming up. Hang on.
When Americans needed a car that worked harder than a car, we built them a truck. And they used our trucks to build interstates and industries and communities, livelihoods, and neighborhoods. Americans needed vehicles worthy of who they are and what they can do. So, we built them a truck.
Hi, this is Andrew.
It's game day, and from all of us at Bucks Island,
from the Loft Tackle Store,
from the team in service,
from the team in parts,
from the sales team,
from the Bucks Island family. Good luck and go get 'em, boys.
Treating our customers the way we want to be treated since 1948. BucksIsland.com or call 1-800-I'm-READY. Let our team